Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I used to laugh at those late-night conspiracy videos about secret bases in the desert. Then I took a job that made me realize those people are probably sleeping better than I am. My name doesn't really matter. What matters is that a few years ago I signed a contract, handed over my phone, and started working 12-hour night shifts in an underground facility somewhere off US 95 in Nevada. No windows, no clocks on the walls. Just stale coffee buzzing fluorescent lights and a wall of 36 security feeds that I was paid very well not to ask too many questions about. On paper, it sounded simple: sit in a chair, watch the cameras log anything unusual. No patrols in the dark, no drunks, no shoplifters, no bar fights. The kind of job where you gain 10 pounds from vending machine food and podcasts. The only thing that really bothered me at first was the silence. You ever sit in a room so quiet you can hear the ballast in the lights humming? That plus the air system cutting off every few minutes, like the building was holding its breath. They gave me rules, of course. Some were standard: don't leave control room 3 unless ordered, don't discuss the facility off-site, don't try to access restricted cameras. Then there was the one they didn't put in. Writing my trainer just pointed to one particular feed in the top right corner and said, whatever you do, don't talk to anything in that room. For the first couple of nights, nothing happened. Just empty hallways, locked doors, and the occasional coyote wandering past the fence on the surface. You get used to the glow of the monitors, the soft click of relays, the taste of burnt coffee on your tongue. It starts to feel almost boring. And then there was that night. The building shuddered, every light flickered, and all 36 cameras went black at the same time. No warning, no alarm, just sudden complete darkness. A second later, the feeds came back. But they weren't showing the hallways or labs anymore. They were all showing me. Not in that room, not in that chair, me sitting in a white room I'd never seen before in my life, staring up at a camera mounted on the ceiling. If you're listening to this alone, especially on a night shift, you might want to check how many screens are around you, and you might want to pay attention to what they show you the next time they blink. 1.1. Present confession and backstory. If you are hearing this on some horror channel, it means I finally hit send. I have started writing this story more times than I can count. I have deleted it off my laptop, scribbled it out of notebooks, even tried burning a printed copy once in the kitchen sink. It never made the knocking stop. So this time I am going to finish it, and I am going to send it, and whatever happens after that is out of my hands. I live alone in Nevada now. That probably does not surprise you. People who end up with stories like this rarely have a full house. My apartment is on the second floor of a tired 2-story complex just off US 95, the kind of place you move into telling yourself it is temporary, and then suddenly it has been 3 years. The walls are thin enough that I can hear the guy next door close his kitchen drawers. The ice maker in my fridge sounds like someone dropping marbles in the middle of the night. The parking lot light shines right through the blinds in my bedroom, painting the ceiling an ugly orange every time a car pulls in or out. Most nights, I sit at this little fake granite countertop with my laptop, a half-finished mug of coffee, and the steady hum of the refrigerator filling the room. Sometimes the AC kicks off, and the silence that follows feels heavier than the noise did, like the whole building is holding its breath. On good nights, that is all that happens. On bad nights, there is the sound that I have spent the last few years trying not to think about 3 slow, measured knocks on the other side of some door that I would swear was locked. I have worked nights for most of my adult life. 5 years in the Air Force gave me that habit. They stationed me in Germany for 2 of those years, and I thought I had seen every kind of base there was: hardened aircraft shelters, sleepy radar sites, airfields swallowed in fog. Back then, weird stuff meant an alarm going off, because a fox had wandered across a motion sensor or a drunk airman trying to sneak back onto base without his ID. We would stand around in the freezing dark, stamping our feet and joking that at least no one was shooting at us. When I got out, I did what a lot of ex-military do. I overestimated how far my experience would go in the civilian world. I moved back to the States with a DD-214 in one hand and not much savings in the other. For a while, I bounced between whatever would cover rent running. Lift runs out of a beat-up Honda delivering pizzas until 2 in the morning, picking up shifts as a mall security guard in a place that smelled like pretzels and disappointment. The apartment I am in now was cheap enough to feel like a win at the time. Beige carpet, off-white walls, a balcony that looks out over the grocery store parking lot, and the neon glow of a 24-hour gas station sign. The leasing office called it convenient access to US 95. What that really means is you can hear trucks downshifting on the highway at all hours and the occasional siren slicing through the desert night. I took a lot of jobs I did not like for the sake of health insurance and a regular paycheck, but none of them scared me. Annoyed me, yes. Exhausted me, definitely. But real fear, no. That did not show up until the email about Facility 14C landed in my inbox at 2 in the morning. The subject line looked like spam at first: contract security position. Nevada test range area, high clearance required. The body of the email was short and cold. A recruiter from a private security company saying my name had been flagged by a database that my military background and prior clearances made me a strong candidate for a specialized position at a remote site near the Nevada test range. Competitive pay, full benefits, 12-hour night shifts. Must be comfortable working in a secure underground environment. I remember laughing out loud when I read that part. An underground environment. It sounded like something out of one of those late-night conspiracy videos where the thumbnails are all grainy UFOs and red circles. Area 51 secret bunkers, the whole circus. I had watched those videos before, usually around 3 in the morning, when I could not sleep more out of boredom than belief. And now here was an actual offer to sit in a chair in the desert and watch whatever they did not want the rest of the world to see. I wish I could tell you that I listened to my gut and walked away. The truth is, my gut was busy trying to figure out how many months of back rent that salary could cover. Night shift, underground, high security, non-disclosure agreements. None of that scared me as much as another year of bouncing between pizza delivery and graveyard mall patrols. I answered the email. I filled out the forms. I went through the phone interviews with people who never gave their last names. I signed the NDA that basically said, in legal language, talk about this, and your life becomes very complicated very fast. They did not call it Area 51, of course. That name never appeared on any document I saw. Officially, it was Facility 14C. Unofficially, everyone I met during the hiring process just called it the site. Nobody wrote that down either. They were careful. They had to be. They don't like people talking about Level B, one of the guys at the medical screening said, in a tone that was supposed to be a joke but did not quite get there. I should probably be scared of what happens if this story gets back to them. There are clauses in that NDA that make my stomach twist if I read them too closely. There are places they can send you that do not officially exist. I know that. I knew it then. I still took the job. that job is not the only security gig I have had. After I walked away from Facility 14C, I worked at a trucking warehouse outside Reno. Before that, I picked up shifts at a hospital ER, then a casino parking garage. 3 different companies, 3 different uniforms, 3 different sets of cameras, radios, and keys. 3 different sets of doors I told myself were safe. The one thing that did not change was the sound that followed me from site to site. 3 slow knocks from the wrong side of the threshold, and a voice that should not have been there calling me by name. I know how that sounds. I know this all sounds like a guy who stayed up too many nights on bad coffee, fried his brain, watching empty hallways, and snapped. Maybe you think that is what this is. Maybe you are right. Maybe this entire thing is the world's longest, slowest, nervous breakdown. I am not telling this to convince you I am sane. I am not telling it to warn you away from some cursed job listing or to make you feel lucky that you only work in an office or a gas station. I am not even telling it because I want anyone to feel sorry for me. I am telling it because I want to know if saying it out loud changes anything. Right now, as I type this, it is late enough that the building has gone quiet. The upstairs neighbor stopped stomping around an hour ago. The hum of the fridge is the loudest thing in the kitchen. The AC just clicked off, and the silence it left behind feels thick, like all the usual sounds have been sucked out of the air. I can see the yellow wash of the parking lot light leaking through the gap in the blinds, and the faint blue glow of my Wi-Fi router blinking on the floor. Somewhere beyond the front door, the hallway is probably empty. A tired hallway with beige paint and that cheap industrial carpet that never really looks clean. A red exit sign humming above the stairwell. A fire extinguisher in a glass cabinet no one has touched in years. I am telling you this because on some nights in apartments and warehouses and windowless control rooms, I have heard 3 slow knocks on a door like that when there was no one on the other side. Sometimes it uses someone else's voice. Sometimes it uses mine. This is the first time I have ever laid it all out from the beginning. I want to see if when I tell the story straight through, the knocking moves closer or finally stops. 1.2. First arrival at Facility 14. The day I first drove out to the site, the sky over Nevada looked so clear it was almost fake. No clouds, just that hard, endless blue you get over the desert when the heat has finally given up for the evening. I left my apartment in Beatty a little after 4, tossed my duffel bag in the back seat, and told myself this was just another job. Better money, weirder address. That was all. US 95 runs like a scar across the state. Once you are a few miles out of town, there is not much to look at besides scrub brush, low brown hills, and the occasional billboard screaming about loose slots or all-you-can-eat prime rib in Vegas. The AM radio in my Honda only picked up a couple of stations out there. One was country music from the 90s. The other was a talk station doing the weather and traffic. They kept repeating the same line over and over, clear skies tonight, over the Nevada test range temperatures dropping into the low 40s after midnight. Watch for wildlife along the highway. That phrase, Nevada test range, kept catching in my ears. I had seen it before in the email and the paperwork usually buried under layers of restricted and controlled. Hearing it casually come out of some bored weatherman's mouth made it feel less real and more real at the same time. By the time the sun started to dip, the desert changed fast. 1 minute, everything was bleached gold. The next, the shadows reached out across the road like fingers. The temperature dropped enough that the AC in the car started to feel stupid, so I rolled down the window. Cold air came in, smelling like dust and dry sage. Out there, away from town, you notice different things. How the mile markers tick by slower than you want them to. How the headlights of a semi behind you appear as two small stars in the rear view and then swell into a blinding wall of white as it roars past and leaves you in the dark again. How once the sun is gone, the only light is your own, and whatever the government decided to bolt to poles. The turnoff for the facility was not marked on any map I checked beforehand. No big sign, no logo, just a narrow, freshly paved road branching off the highway between two ordinary mile markers. The GPS on my phone lost its mind about 10 minutes earlier and froze, so it might as well have been guessing. The only indication I was in the right place was a small metal sign at the edge of the pavement, authorized vehicles only, U.S. government property, no trespassing. Someone had taken a shot at it at some point. There was a clean bullet hole through the corner. A quarter-mile down that road, the world narrowed even more. A chain-link fence rose out of the desert on both sides, topped with spirals of razor wire that caught the last light and flashed dull silver. Ahead, a white horizontal barrier arm blocked the road. To the right of it was a small guard shack just big enough for a desk, a monitor, and a man to sit and hate his life in air conditioning. Floodlights on tall poles turned the area into a blown-out stage, too bright in the circle around the gate, too dark beyond. On one pole, just above eye level, a smoked glass dome hid a security camera pointed directly at my windshield. Another stared down the road behind me, as if making sure I did not change my mind and back out. I pulled up, put the car in park, and felt that quiet little panic you get at any checkpoint, even when you know you have done nothing wrong. A uniformed guard stepped out of the shack, the white barrier still down in front of me. He looked like every base guard I had ever known, buzz-cut reflective vest over his jacket sidearm on his hip. The patch on his shoulder had the name of the private security company that had hired me, not any branch of the military. I rolled the window down halfway and handed him my driver's license and the printed copy of my onboarding email like they had told me to. He skimmed the paper, checked my photo against my face, then leaned back a little to look at the inside of my car. "First night?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Washington. Night shift, control." He checked a clipboard, then something on the monitor in the shack. Behind him on the fence, a big white sign with red letters read, "No photography, no cell phones, federal land." Another smaller sign showed a stylized camera with a red line through it, just in case the words were not clear enough. He handed my ID back and stuck a temporary badge in through the window, laminated plastic with my last name in block letters and a barcode on the back. Then he peeled a fluorescent orange sticker off a sheet and slapped it onto the inside of my windshield. "Park in Lot C," he said. "Leave your phone in the car. You'll be picked up at the north steps. Don't wander." He said it with zero drama, like he was reminding me not to forget my umbrella. Then he stepped back into the shack, pushed a button, and the white barrier arm rose slowly, letting me through. Inside the fence, the world looked like a thumbnail version of every base I had ever known. A handful of low, windowless buildings painted that depressing government tan. A scattering of tall floodlights. A small parking lot with faded lines and a few government plates. At the far end, something that might have been a hangar or a warehouse, its big doors closed. But there was something off about it too. On an Air Force base, there are always signs of life groups of people walking to their cars. A basketball court, a jogger, the distant roar of jets. Here, as I pulled into Lot C, killed the engine and sat for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. There was nothing. No music leaking from a car stereo. No distant laughter. Just the wind pushing a styrofoam cup across the asphalt and the steady buzz of the floodlights. I locked my phone in the glove compartment, clipped the badge to the front of my jacket, and got out. The night air was colder now, biting at my ears. Gravel crunched under my boots. A white SUV with the same company logo on the side was waiting by a set of concrete steps at the edge of the lot. The driver's window was down. A guy in a baseball cap was leaning his arm out, scrolling on a tablet. He glanced up as I approached. "Washington," he called. "Yeah." He jerked his head toward the back. "Hop in. They want you downstairs for paperwork before shift turnover." The ride from the surface to wherever downstairs was took less than 5 minutes, but it felt longer. The SUV rolled past the tan buildings and kept going toward what looked like a solid wall of concrete. As we got closer, I realized it was the side of a larger structure built into the earth, mostly featureless, except for a heavy metal door and a security keypad. The driver flashed his badge at a camera punched in a code, and the door unlocked with a heavy clunk. Inside was a short corridor leading straight to a freight-style elevator, industrial gray, wide enough to drive a small truck into fluorescent lights humming overhead. We parked just outside. The driver killed the engine and nodded toward the elevator. "Level C," he said. "Control and support. Bunch of nerds and night shifters. You'll fit right in." He said it like he had already decided what kind of person I was. Maybe he was right. Stepping into that elevator was the moment it stopped feeling like a weird, off-base job and started feeling like something else. The air inside was cooler, recirculated, tinged with that metallic, slightly antiseptic smell you get in big hospitals and government buildings. The doors slid shut with more weight than any elevator door needed, and the floor shivered as the motor kicked in. There were no buttons to push on the panel, just a vertical row of red LEDs, GA1B, 1B, 2C1, C2, C3. Some were dark, some lit. The one labeled C3 glowed a steady red. As we descended, my ears popped gently. The air pressure shifted in that subtle way that tells you are going deeper than a basement. The fluorescent lights flickered once, a quick, nervous blink, then steadied. The driver stared straight ahead, hands in his jacket pockets like this was just Tuesday. When the elevator finally stopped, the LED by C3 stayed lit. The doors slid open with another heavy sound, and the hallway in front of us stretched away like a scene copy-pasted from every underground facility movie you have ever seen. Smooth epoxy floor, eggshell walls, low ceiling with long strips of buzzing neon. The smell hit me first, cleaner and sharper than upstairs. Bleach and some citrus-scented floor product layered over something more permanent, warm electronics and stale coffee. Somewhere down the hall, a microwave beeped. A man was waiting just outside the elevator, leaning against the wall with his arms folded. He looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s, Hispanic with a round face, a graying goatee, and the kind of stomach that said he had been on nights and vending machine diets for a while. His navy security jacket had the company patch sewn crookedly on one shoulder and a stitched name tag on the chest, Mendez. "Washington," he said, pushing himself off the wall. "Yes, sir." He snorted. "Don't sir me. I work for a living. Mendez is fine. Or just, hey, old man. Come on, Wash. Let's get you the grand tour." Wash. I had not been called that since tech school. Hearing it again in this place made something in my chest loosen a little. Mendez walked like a man who knew exactly how many steps it was from one end of the hallway to the other. As we went, he pointed things out with 2 fingers, lazy and unbothered. "Break room," he said, nodding at a door with a handwritten sign that read, "No fish in microwave." "Vending machines." "Coffee machine lies, says gourmet. It's not." "Restrooms are across. If a pipe bursts, it'll be in there." Farther down, a door with a small plaque, Control 1. Another Control 2. Both dark. Finally, a door that was propped open with a rubber wedge light spilling out onto the floor. A plastic label machine strip above the frame read, Control 3. As of tonight, that's your kingdom, Mendez said. Don't get excited. It's more screens than power. Inside the room felt bigger than it looked from the hall. 2 entire walls were taken up by racks of LCD monitors, 6 wide and 6 tall, bolted into metal frames. Thin black bezels separated each screen, turning them into a patchwork of moving images, empty hallways, stairwells, fenced perimeters, blank doors with alphanumeric labels. In front of the screens sat a long, scarred workstation with 2 rolling chairs. There were 2 keyboards, a battered joystick for panning and zooming cameras, a radio cradle with a handheld unit docked in it, and a desktop tower humming under the desk. To one side against the wall stood a pair of vending machines, one for soda, one for snacks, glowing quietly like tiny disappointing altars. The sound in there was its own kind of weather, the constant low hum of fans in the electronics, the soft whisper of the AC vent, the intermittent click of a relay somewhere in the racks as cameras cycled. Every now and then, from the vending machine, a metallic clunk would echo when some forgotten coil shifted or a stray coin dropped internally. Underneath it all, there was the faint, bitter smell of burnt coffee and microwave pizza that had died for someone's midnight snack years ago and never quite left. This is where you'll earn that hazard pay they promised you, Mendez said, dropping into one of the chairs with a grunt. It creaked under his weight. He gestured for me to take the other seat. He ran me through the basics, how to pull up a camera full screen, how to review footage, where to log incidents on the computer, which channels on the radio went where. While he talked, he kept one hand wrapped around a dented stainless steel thermos on the desk, taking occasional noisy sips. Then he got to the part that did not sound like any corporate training I had ever had. Couple of housekeeping rules we don't put on paper, he said. Rule 1. You don't leave this room during your shift unless somebody on the radio tells you to. I don't care if the coffee hits you sideways or you hear a weird noise. Call it in, wait for relief. No solo tours. He pointed at one strip of monitors showing a series of doors labeled B01 through B20. The hallways down there looked whiter, cleaner, colder somehow. Rule 2, anybody you see on level B without a red badge around their neck, you call it in immediately. No exceptions. You don't run down there to check, you don't assume they just forgot to put it on. You call. I nodded. Got it. He shifted in his chair, the tone of his voice dipping almost imperceptibly. And rule 3, he said, lifting his thermos and tipping it toward the top right corner of the wall of screens, you do not talk to B17. I followed the tilt of his thermos and saw the camera. He meant a small, quiet image in the corner, labeled with a white text overlay, B17. Just a white room, a metal bed in the middle, something lying perfectly still on it. The feed was too small to make out details. You don't wave, you don't smile, you don't nod. Mendez went on. You don't write about it in the log unless the door is physically open or the lights are physically off. You don't say its name over the radio. You treat that one like it's not your business because it isn't. There was an edge under his casual tone now, something sharper than the jokes and the lazy tour. I opened my mouth to ask what exactly was in B17, but he cut me off with a quick, tired smile that did not reach his eyes. That one, he said, tapping the arm of his chair in rhythm with his words, is why this job pays better than being a greeter at Walmart. He did not explain. He just turned back to the monitors and started showing me how to log in for my first official shift. The image of that small, bright room in the top right corner stayed burned into my brain long after I looked away. 1.3. First look at B17. The thing about sitting in front of that many screens is that after a while, you stop thinking of them as cameras and start thinking of them as windows. 36 little slices of a world most people will never see. Parking lot under sodium lights. Gate shack. A stretch of perimeter fence with tumbleweed caught in the wire. Long, empty hallways with numbered doors like bad dreams of hospitals. A lab with stainless steel tables and neatly coiled cables. A break room with a crooked happy birthday banner still taped to the wall even though no one was in there. Mendez spun slowly in his chair, one hand on the armrest, the other on the mouse. Top row, he said, moving the cursor across the wall of screens, surface, and perimeter. Second row, access points. Third row, your lab nerds. Fourth, B-level corridors and storage. Bottom row is overflow. You don't need to know half of what you're looking at. You just need to know when it looks wrong. I tried to follow his motions, but my eyes kept drifting to the top right corner. The camera labeled B17 sat there in a neat little white font, easy to miss if you were not looking for it. From a distance, all it showed was a too-bright room, white ceiling, white walls, white floor. In the center, a narrow metal bed, the kind you see in old medical dramas. Something lay on it, just a smudge of gray against white. "That's B17, I asked. Mendez's mouse hesitated for a fraction of a second, then he double-clicked the tiny rectangle. The rest of the feeds shrank away as B17 bloomed to fill the main monitor. The resolution was better than I expected. Government money, I guess. The image sharpened a rectangular room, maybe 15 feet by 15, lit by a single panel in the ceiling that swallowed all shadow. The walls were flawless, no vents or outlets or seams, just matte white. The floor was the same except for 4 round marks, where something heavy had once bolted down and been removed. The bed was cheap steel painted a dull, chipped gray. Its wheels had been locked. You could see the metal tabs pressed down against the floor. The mattress was thin and covered with a hospital green sheet, stretched tight, as if someone had been very particular about corners. On top of that, under another sheet, was a body. At first, my brain tried to make it into something familiar. A soldier with a shaved head recovering from some classified injury. An inmate. A medical test subject on a long nap. The shape was wrong for all of them. The figure on the bed was narrow. Not just thin like a person who has been sick for a long time, but built that way. Limbs a little too long for the torso, shoulders too narrow, neck maybe an inch longer than it should have been. The head was completely hairless scalp, catching the overhead light in a way that made it hard to judge where skin ended and bone began. The face was turned slightly toward the ceiling, but the eyes were closed. I leaned closer in spite of myself. The skin had that color I had seen a few times in the Air Force pulling night shifts near the mortuary at Ramstein when a transport came in from somewhere bad. Not purple or blue, just drained. Like all the warmth had been pulled out and what was left was a pale, grayish clay. No restraints on the wrists. No fourth line taped to the hand. No heart monitor. No wires. Just that too-still body under a sheet in a room that looked like it had been designed by someone who hated the idea of corners and shadow equally. "Is he a prisoner?" I heard myself ask. Medical Mendez snorted softly, unscrewing the cap on his thermos. The smell of strong, overbrewed coffee drifted out and mixed with the microwave funk in the room. "Depends on who you ask," he said. He took a long pull, swallowed, sighed. "Some folks upstairs will tell you that's a patient. Some will say it's a specimen. Couple of old-timers think we're the prisoner, and that's the guard. Me, I just call it not my problem, and keep my head down." I glanced at him. "How long has that been here?" Mendez shrugged, rolling the thermos between his palms. "Longer than me. Longer than most of the pipes in this place, from what I hear." Used to be in another wing before they sealed it off. They renumbered the rooms to make the paperwork look clean. What was B01 turned into B17. Doesn't change what's inside. He said it like he was reciting something half-remembered, a story passed around break rooms and whispered in corridors when the cameras could not quite see your lips move. He screwed the cap back on the thermos with unnecessary force. Anyway, point is, wash you don't need to know what it is. You just need to know it's not for you. We've already got enough on our plates, broken doors, drunk techs, coyotes chewing the fence. Leave the big mysteries to the people who make more money and sleep worse than we do. I nodded automatically, eyes still locked on the screen. The longer I stared, the more wrong the room looked. Part of it was the lighting, too flat, too even. There was no shadow under the bed, just a slightly darker suggestion of one like someone had painted it there. The sheet rose gently over the body's chest, but I could not see it move. "It's breathing right?" I asked, voice dropping without meaning to. Mendez clicked the mouse, cutting the feed back down to one corner, restoring the grid of cameras. B17 shrank to a postage stamp again, the white room now just one of many boxes on the wall. "HR says so," he said. "Some doc with a bunch of degrees says so. That's enough for me. Don't go looking for more answers than your pay grade comes with. That's how guys burn out down here." He rolled his chair back a few inches, fishing in his pocket for a handful of sugar packets he must have stolen from the break room. As he tore one open with his teeth spilling some across his thigh, he grumbled, "Ex-wife used to complain about the smell of this damn uniform. Said the coffee and bleach followed me home. Now she's stuck with a guy who smells like fryer grease instead. So you know, could be worse." He leaned down to brush the sugar off his pants. For a second, his eyes were off the screens. Mine were not. The wall of cameras filled my vision, but everything felt dimmed down except that top right box. B17, the room in miniature, the bed, the shape on it, the oppressive white that made my eyes water if I looked too long. The overhead lights in Control 3 buzzed softly, a high, constant psss that I had already started to tune out. The AC sighed through the vents. Somewhere behind me, the compressor in a mini-fridge kicked on with a low rattle. All of those sounds faded as my focus tightened, like someone had reached over and turned the volume knob on the world down. For a heartbeat, I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I do not know what I was waiting for. Proof of life, maybe. Proof of death. Something to justify the unease crawling up my spine. My gaze flicked from the smooth white wall to the flat plane of the sheet to the face, and that was when it happened. The slightest twitch. If I had blinked, I would have missed it. The upper eyelid of the figure on the bed moved just a fraction, a tiny, jerky flinch, like someone deep in a bad dream trying to force their eyes open and not quite making it. The rest of the face stayed slack, but that one motion was enough to punch the air out of my lungs. Did you see that I asked my voice louder than I meant it to be? Mendez straightened up, sugar still dusting one pant leg. See what in B17? His eye. He did not even look at the screen. "Don't stare too long," he said, cutting me off. His tone was light, but there was steel under it. "You'll start seeing all kinds of things down here if you give your brain too much white noise to work with." I could not drag my eyes away. The figure on the bed was still again, eyelids shut, face blank. Had it really moved? Or had my brain, like he said, finally decided to give me something to break up the monotony wash? I forced myself to look at him. "Even if it opens its eyes," he said, finally glancing at the little box labeled B17. For the first time since he had pulled it up, "You do not wave. You do not talk. You log any physical anomaly, and you let upstairs decide whether they want to think about it. That's it. Understand? I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. Yeah, got it. He nodded, satisfied, and spun the chair back to the main workstation. The spell broke. The other cameras came roaring back into awareness. A tech swiping his badge at a door, a janitor pushing a cart down a hall, the empty parking lot topside painted orange by the floodlights. The rest of that first shift was uneventful, at least on paper. I learned how to scroll through timestamps, how to annotate incidents, how to call in a door that did not latch properly. We drank bad coffee and ate worse snacks. Mendez told a long story about a guy who got busted sleeping during his shift and ended up at a warehouse in Kansas as punishment. By the time I drove back to my apartment the next morning, the sun was just starting to bleed over the horizon. The sky behind the mountains turned pink, then orange, then that washed-out blue that never looks real after a night underground. I showered, microwaved some leftover pizza, and collapsed onto my sofa with my laptop balanced on my stomach. Out of habit more than anything, I logged into the secure portal the company had set up for training. Orientation sessions were automatically recorded for quality assurance. There it was, a video file time-stamped with my first night labeled Control 3, Training, Curiosity 1. I clicked play. The footage showed exactly what I remembered me walking into the room behind Mendez, sitting down, the two of us talking. The cameras cycling. My own face lit by the glow of the monitors. I scrubbed through until I saw him double-click the B17 feed and pull it up full screen. I paused there. On my laptop screen, the white room stared back at me again. The bed, the too still figure, the same flat lighting, the same painted-on shadow under the frame. I leaned closer, thumb resting on the spacebar, ready to pause the second I saw that tiny eyelid twitch. I pressed play. For a few seconds, nothing changed. Then, in one single frame, almost too quick for my brain to process, the eyes were open. Not halfway, not fluttering. Wide. Two dark, depthless pits staring straight up at the camera. The next frame, the lids were down again, everything back where it had been. I rewound and stepped through the footage, one frame at a time. Closed. Open. Closed. It was such a small difference, fractions of a second, a blip in a compressed video file. Easy to dismiss as an artifact, a compression glitch, some bitrate hiccup turning a line of pixels darker than it should have been. That is what I told myself as I shut the laptop. It is what I tried to keep telling myself as I lay back on the sofa and closed my eyes. That night was the first time I woke up at 3:17 a.m. without knowing why. 2.1. Settling into the night shift. The human brain can get used to almost anything if you give it a routine. That is the part that scares me the most looking back. How quickly the strangest job I had ever taken started to feel normal. My nights settled into a rhythm. I would leave the apartment a little after 5, the sky still holding on to the last smear of sunset over the mountains. The drive out along US 95 became muscle memory, same gas station marquee, flickering, same half-collapsed billboard promising a miracle diet, same stretch of nothing where the radio cut out. The turn-off to the facility stopped feeling like a secret and started feeling like my own private driveway. At the gate, the guard would wave me through once he recognized the orange sticker on my windshield. Sometimes it was the same guy as my first night, sometimes not. The conversations were always the same, a nod, a muttered evening, the barrier arm lifting with a mechanical whine. I would park in Lot C under the tall, humming floods, the light making every car look washed out and diseased. The air always smelled like hot dust and cold metal, phone in the glove compartment, badge clipped to my jacket through the heavy door into the elevator. The descent to level C started to feel like being swallowed, doors closing, floor shivering, the gentle pop in my ears as we went deeper. By the time the doors slid open onto that familiar hallway, the above-ground world might as well have been on another planet. At 6 on the dot, I would punch in the code at the Control 3 door, feel the lock thunk open, and step into the glow of the monitors. Mendez would already be there most nights, halfway through a thermos of coffee and a Sudoku. We traded the same jokes, the same gripes about the vending machine eating dollar bills, the same sarcastic comments about national security whenever a lab tech walked by with a stack of papers. 7 to 9 p.m. were the busy hours, if you can call anything down there busy. The lab hallways on level A and B would be full of people heading out for the night. White coats, laptops, underarms, ID badges bouncing on their chests as they talked in low voices. In the cameras, you could hear the echo of shoes on vinyl flooring, the soft murmur of conversations you were not cleared to listen in on. Sometimes they would look directly into a camera and give a little wave the way people do when they catch their reflection in a window. One guy in particular, a tall redhead with an overgrown beard, made a point of saluting whichever lens he walked past. "See that," Mendez would say. "That's what too many degrees and not enough sunlight does to a man." After 9, the building began to empty out. You could watch it happening frame by frame. Offices went dark one by one, labs too. The staff parking on the surface thinned until it was just a handful of vehicles scattered like loose teeth. The break room camera showed someone microwaving a takeout container, then leaving it on the table, then the lights flicking off. By 11, the facility felt like a husk. The only people left on the monitors were night security on level B 2-man teams posted outside certain doors, and the occasional maintenance worker checking a panel or lugging a toolbox down a hall. The rest was empty corridors in that endless humming light. Those were the hours that stretched. From 11 to 3, time down there became syrupy. The hum of electronics and the soft tapping of keys began to feel too loud in the quiet. I developed rituals like any night shift worker does, just to give the hours some shape. I built a playlist on my phone, the one thing they let me bring inside as long as it stayed on airplane mode. Old country, some classic rock, a few songs that made me think of driving back roads in Germany at 3 in the morning. I wore one earbud in my left ear, the volume turned down low enough that I could still hear the radio crackle if someone called my name. My right ear stayed bare, listening for footsteps in the hallway outside the control room, for the clunk of the vending machine, for the slightest hint that something in the feeds had changed. Around midnight, I would give in and hit the snack machine. There was a frozen burrito in there that should probably be classified as a weapon. You put it in the microwave punch in some random time and listen to it rotate with a sad, uneven hum. When it dinged, the smell of scorched tortilla and half-melted cheese filled Control 3, sliding under the door and creeping out into the hall. That smell, Mendez would complain, waving his hand in front of his face as I tried not to burn my fingers. "We got classified materials worth more than your life down here, and that thing is what's going to kill us all." Our logs for those nights read like the world's most boring diary. 2148. Tech exits, a 12 badge visible. 2211. Maintenance near B05, nothing unusual. 2332. Surface coyote near south fence, no breach. Every hour, one of us would do a slow sweep through all the cameras looking for doors, left ajar, unauthorized movement, any little thing that might mean a report. In between, we mostly watched the same empty frames and waited for the clock to move. I do not remember exactly which night it was when I first really noticed the time. 3rd or 4th, somewhere in that zone where your body has not yet decided whether this new schedule is a temporary punishment or the rest of your life. It was late. Mendez had gone to the restroom, leaving me alone with the wall of screens. My playlist had cycled to a song I had heard so many times overseas that it smelled like jet fuel in my head. I took one earbud out, rubbed my eyes, and glanced up at the digital clocks in the top corners of the central monitors. Each feed had a small timestamp overlay, keeping everything synced. 03:17:04. All at once, every camera jerked. Not much, just a shiver, a tiny hiccup in the smooth flow of images, like someone had grabbed the entire grid of video and given it a quick shake. It lasted less than a second. There was no alarm. The system did not beep or flash or log a fault. The main power bars stayed green. My monitors did not dim. It was just this little collective flinch, 36 frames all stuttering at the same time. I might have chalked it up to some network glitch if it had not been for the way my body reacted. A sharp, sudden pain lanced right between my eyes, a hot needle of pressure that made me suck in a breath and pinch the bridge of my nose. For a second, the room seemed to tilt, not enough to throw me out of my chair, just enough to make my stomach drop, like I had missed a step on the stairs. Then it was gone. The feeds rolled on as if nothing had happened. The only one that looked different at all, even for a heartbeat, was B17. I had not been looking directly at it when the stutter came. My eyes had been on the clocks, drifting over the mid-row cameras, the lab hallway, the stairwell, the break room with its empty chairs. But in my peripheral vision, that little white square in the top right flared. Not brighter exactly. More like someone had cranked the exposure up on that single feed for one frame. The walls went from white to almost glowing. The sheet on the bed turned into a cutout blotch of light. It hit my vision like a camera flash in a dark room. Then it was back to normal. I blinked hard, more to clear the pain in my head than anything, and looked straight at it. B17 showed what it always showed: the room, the bed, the too still shape. No motion, no change. Overhead, the HVAC system gave a half-hearted cough and shut off. The silence that followed was ugly. In a place like that, you do not realize how much background noise you live in until it disappears. The hum of the vents cut off, and for about 2 seconds, there was nothing. No fan noise, no air moving, no Mendez muttering over his Sudoku, no vending machine clunk, just the whine in my own ears and the distant rush of blood behind them. If you were turning this into an audio track, that is where you would kill everything but a single tiny sound. That is exactly how it felt, like someone had reached in and muted the world, leaving only the faintest click from somewhere deep in the racks of equipment behind me. Then the vents kicked back on with a low, shuddering whoosh, and the moment broke. The timestamps on the screens kept marching forward: 03:17:05:06:07. When Mendez came back a minute later, wiping his hands on his jacket, I almost asked him if he had felt it. Instead, I watched his reflection in one of the blank bezel edges as he sat down, took a sip of coffee, and started talking about some show he was binging on his days off. I looked back up at the wall of feeds at the tiny 0318, now glowing in the corner of every frame, and told myself I was just tired. Long shift, too much caffeine, not enough water. Maybe I had blinked at the same time the cameras hiccuped, and my brain filled in the rest. Still, when I entered the next line in the log, my fingers hesitated over the keyboard. 0317. Brief visual disturbance on multiple feeds. No alarms. Possibly network glitch. Nothing unusual observed. I hovered over the delete key for a second, then hit save. It did not feel like much at the time. Just a weird blip in an otherwise boring night. The first pebble rolling down a slope never thinks of itself as an avalanche. 2.2. Pattern recognition. The second time it happened, I was ready enough to doubt myself. A few nights had passed since that first little stutter, enough time for my brain to file it under weird but explainable. I told myself network hiccups happened. I told myself headaches happened. I told myself I was noticing it more because I was trying not to. Then another shift rolled around, another long, slow bleed from midnight into that dead zone where time feels like a rumor. Mendez was in the restroom again, leaving me alone in Control 3 with the wall of screens and my own thoughts. The clocks crept toward 3:17. This time I watched them. Not B17, not any specific feed, just the digital stamps glowing in the corners of the monitors, a row of tiny red numbers ticking forward in perfect sync. 03:16:52, 03:16:59. It felt stupid sitting there waiting for a specific minute like a kid counting down to New Year's in an empty room. 03:17:01. The world shivered. Again, all 36 feeds stuttered in unison. Just a single frame jump like someone had cut a fraction of a second out of my sight. My stomach lurched before I even registered that it had happened. The pain in my forehead came with it this time, not sharp but heavy, a pressure pushing forward from the back of my skull, like someone had put a thumbprint between my eyes and pressed. I blinked hard. In the top right corner, B17 flared white for that one jagged heartbeat, the brightness blooming out so fast it left a ghost shape in my vision. When my eyes adjusted, it was back to normal, just that too clean room and the faint rise of a sheet over something that did not move. The HVAC cut out again. 2 seconds of absolute quiet. 2 seconds where it felt like the entire facility had leaned in to listen for my reaction. Then the vents groaned back to life, and all the usual sounds shuffled into place. This time I did not write it off in the log as a visual disturbance. I did not write it in the log at all. Instead, when my shift ended and Mendez left me alone in the room for a few minutes, I pulled a small, spiral-bound notebook out of my jacket pocket and wrote Night 5, March 17th. Cameras hiccuped again. Headache. Pressure behind eyes. B17 flashed brighter one frame. I stared at the words for a second, then underlined the time. 3:17. The third time I tried to cheat it. By then the pattern was starting to itch under my skin. I would be monitoring something completely normal. Level A stairwell's exterior cameras, an empty lab, and I would glance at the clocks and see 03:09, 03:11, 03:13. My shoulders would creep up toward my ears without me telling them to. That night when the numbers climbed to 03:16, I made a decision. It felt childish and desperate even as I did it. I took my eyes off the wall of screens entirely and looked down at the logbook. I forced myself to read back over earlier entries, lips moving silently, along with the boring litany of badge visible and nothing unusual. I told myself that if I did not see it, maybe nothing would happen. Maybe it only existed because I was watching for it. Up above, outside the circle of my vision, the clocks rolled over. 03:17:00. I did not look. The headache came anyway. A pulse of pressure, harder this time, like a fist pushing out from the inside of my skull. My hand tightened on the pen. For half a second, nausea tugged at my stomach the way it does when you stand up too fast after not eating all day. Even with my head bent, I saw it, a hard, bright flash in the top right corner of my peripheral vision. Not on the wall itself, but in the reflection on the glass fronts of the monitors, one square patch going white and then fading back. I exhaled slowly. When I finally looked up, the clocks all read 3:17:06. B17 was the same as always, or close enough that any difference felt like my imagination filling in blanks. That went in the notebook, too. Night 8. Looked away at 3:17. Still got it. Head plus flash peripheral. I wish I could say I stopped there, but once you start seeing numbers, you keep seeing them. It is like learning a word in a new language, and then suddenly hearing it everywhere. One night on a quick trip to the restroom, I glanced at the digital clock above the mirror, 03:17, blinking in pale green. Another time back in my apartment on a day off, I woke up from an uneasy nap on the couch, checked my phone and squinted at the lock screen. 3:17 p.m., not deadly, not meaningful on its own, just there. I tried to tell myself I was doing what people always do, cherry-picking coincidences, building a pattern out of noise because my brain could not stand the idea of randomness. Then I talked to Mendez. We were in the level C break room, which looked exactly like every break room I have ever seen in every institution that runs on night shifts. Beige tile, off-white walls, a couple of wobbling plastic tables with laminate tops, surrounded by molded blue chairs that made your back hurt if you sat in them wrong. A TV was bolted high in the corner, tuned permanently to ESPN. The sound was off, but the captions crawled along the bottom of the screen in white, lagging a few seconds behind whatever the anchor's mouth was doing. On the wall next to the vending machines, someone had taped up an ancient flyer about a company softball game and never taken it down. The air smelled like burned coffee and microwave popcorn with an undercurrent of bleach from the nearby restrooms. The fridge in the corner hummed steadily, rattling once in a while like it was thinking about quitting. Mendez sat across from me, horn-rimmed reading glasses perched low on his nose, working his way through a Sudoku in the paper, with the kind of focus he never gave the monitors. A half-empty styrofoam cup of coffee steamed gently by his elbow. I nursed a can of soda that had come crashing out of the vending machine with a metallic thunk that felt too loud. The cold of the aluminum sweated into my palm. I tried to sound casual. "Hey, can I ask you something without you telling me I need more sleep?" "Probably not," he said without looking up. "But go ahead. You ever notice the camera's, hiccup around?" He paused. The pencil in his hand hovered over a square. There was the slightest tightening around his eyes. Around 3:17, he finished for me. The can in my hand suddenly felt heavier. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears. That. For a beat, the only sounds in the room were the fridge hum and the soft clack of a soda dropping deep inside the vending machine for someone else. On the TV, a slow-motion replay of a basketball shot played out, the captions lagging behind "incredible buzzer." Then Mendez snorted a short, humorless sound. He scribbled something in the Sudoku, not looking at me. "That's when the building sneezes, kid," he said. "Don't go timing it. You'll just make yourself crazy." I tried to laugh along, but it came out thin. "So you have noticed it." "Everybody notices it," he said. "First couple weeks down here at least. Then most of them learn to ignore it. The ones who don't, well." He finally set the pencil down and leaned back in the chair. The plastic creaked under him. "We had a guy before you," he went on. "Ramirez. Good guard. Ex-army. Strong back, stronger coffee. Got obsessed with watching the clocks. Ticking down to that minute like he was waiting for a rocket launch. What happened to him?" Mendez picked up his styrofoam cup and turned it in his hands. The squeak of foam on foam surprisingly loud. "He started writing down every time it happened," he said. "Started tracking his dreams. Started asking people on other floors what time they woke up at night. Started hearing things. Hearing what he shrugged eyes, flicking up toward the TV where a commercial was playing silently, all bright colors and smiling faces that did not belong in a room like this. voices, he said. On the edge of the radio in the vents behind doors that were supposed to be empty. The problem was they were using the right names, the right codes. You know how many things in this building talk? Doors, beep, cameras, click, speakers, pop, intercoms, crackle. You start assigning intent to all that noise, and pretty soon, you're answering voices that weren't on the radio. The phrasing was too neat, too rehearsed, like it was something he had told himself over and over until it became a line he could hand to someone else. "Where is he now?" I asked. "Transferred," Mendez said. Asked for it himself. Took a posting 2 states over some warehouse that actually has windows. Last I heard, he doesn't like being in rooms without people anymore. He took a sip of coffee, grimaced at the taste, and set the cup down. "Point is, Wash," he added. "If the building wants to sneeze once a night, let it. You start bringing a stopwatch to it, you'll end up like Ramirez. Or worse, you'll end up back at the mall guarding escalators and soccer moms for $11 an hour. Which one sounds scarier?" He tried to turn it into a joke at the end. It almost worked. We let the conversation drift back to safer ground sports scores, the broken soda machine, his ex-wife's new boyfriend's ugly truck. But the weight of what he had not said sat there between us, heavier than the laminated table. When the break was over, we went back to Control 3. The fridge hum faded behind us, replaced by the layered soundscape of the monitors. My earbud went back in. Mendez's Sudoku went back on the desk. On the drive home that morning, the sky over the desert was painted in ridiculous colors. Purple bleeding into pink, pink into orange, the mountains just black cutouts against it all. My headlights picked out the same cracks in the pavement, the same faded reflectors. I kept telling myself what I always did on those drives: lack of sleep, too much caffeine, too much time staring at screens in recycled air. Of course my head was going to hurt. Of course I was going to start seeing patterns where there were none. Somewhere between the base and my exit, a truck passed me, its digital clock glowing in green on the dash as it slid by. For just a second, as metal and light blurred together, I caught the numbers 317. Cute, I thought. The universe had a sense of humor. It was only later, sitting at my kitchen counter with the notebook open and my pen hovering over the last entry, that I replayed that break room conversation in my head and realized something that made my fingers go cold. When I had started to ask Mendez about the hiccup, I had not actually said the time yet. I remembered the words clearly. You ever notice the cameras hiccup around? And he had finished the sentence for me. 317. Like he had been waiting for it. Like it was a line he knew by heart. 2.3. First audio glitch. The night it spoke my name, nothing was supposed to happen. We were in one of those deep, dead stretches where the facility felt less like a workplace and more like a forgotten bunker. Somebody had accidentally left the lights on in. It was a little before 3 in the morning, 2:50, according to the glowing digits on the corner of the central monitor. On the feeds, the place was almost empty. 2 guards on level B stood at their posts outside a pair of heavy doors, shifting their weight from one leg to the other every few minutes. Their radios sat clipped to their vests, little green LEDs blinking. Every now and then, one would say something into his mic, and the audio in Control 3 would pick up the faint hiss of a transmission on a different channel. Nothing urgent. Status checks. Bored men staying awake. Everywhere else, it was all still frames and humming light. Surface cameras showed the same washed-out gravel and chain link under the floodlights. Nothing moving but a scrap of paper caught against the base of the fence. The lab hallways were deserted, just long, sterile corridors in that weird government white doors, closed nameplates, unreadable at this distance. The break rooms were dark, except for the tiny LEDs on microwaves and vending machines. Mendez had taken the night off, use it or lose it vacation hours, he said, so I was alone in Control 3. Just me, the monitors, the quiet mutter of the AC, and a half-empty energy drink sweating onto a ring of paper towels on the desk. It felt like the perfect time to do something stupid. The notebook in my pocket had an ugly weight to it by then, full of little entries, about 317, and my own headaches. I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous, and then I would catch myself waiting for that minute again. So that night, with no one looking over my shoulder, I decided to lean into the paranoia instead of away from it. I pulled up the archive interface and navigated to the previous shift's footage. The system was clean and clinical about it, drop-down menus for dates, sliders for hours, lists of camera IDs. I selected B17 and scrubbed forward until the timestamp in the corner of the thumbnail read March 16th, 30. Okay, I muttered to myself, more to break the silence than anything. Show me something that makes sense. I double-clicked. The live grid vanished, replaced by a single larger window. B17 last night, 03/16/30. The room looked exactly the same as always. Same white walls, same overhead panel, same bed in the center, same sheet pulled up to the midpoint of that unnerving too-still chest. I slid the playback speed down, slowing the footage until seconds crawled by in molasses. Frame by frame, the clock in the corner ticked toward 3:17. At normal speed, you would miss it. You would see only an unmoving shape under a hospital sheet. At a crawl, you could see the truth. The sheet over its chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly with a slow, steady rhythm. Not like a sleeping human, where there is the tiniest hitch or pause. This was mechanical, metronomic, the same amount of movement each time. Inhale, exhale, like someone had programmed a breathing loop. It was comforting in one way. It meant it was alive, or at least behaving like something alive. It was worse in another. The idea of something that had been lying there for God knows how long, breathing like a clock, never moving any other part of its body, dug under my skin. Not a coma, I whispered. Not dead. Just waiting. I nudged the slider forward a little, letting the seconds close in on the minute that had been gnawing at me for weeks. 03/16/50, 56, 59, 03/17/00. Even in playback, the flash was there. For one frame, the exposure blew out the whites, going so bright, they clipped. The sheet became a blank shape. The walls turned to glowing void. Then it was back, the room restored to its regular too clean clarity. I was about to rewind when something else caught my eye. On the bed under the overhead light, the face turned slightly more into view than usual. At this slow speed, details sharpened the hollows where cheekbones should be, the too large curve of the skull, the absence of eyebrows or lashes, and the mouth. In one frame, the lips were closed. In the next, they parted by the smallest fraction, as if someone had tried to breathe a word and then thought better of it. No sound came through the speakers, just the faint hiss of the system's idle channel and the distant hum of the room around me. I felt my own tongue stick to the roof of my mouth. Okay, I said, forcing my voice low and flat. Let's see how crazy I am. There was an audio monitor built into the archive interface, a simple horizontal bar showing levels, a thin line pulsing when anything registered. I clicked the little speaker icon to unmute, reached into the drawer for a pair of over-ear headphones and slid them on. The cups sealed over my ears, instantly changing the texture of the room's sound. The AC's sigh became a distant ocean. The tiny whine of the monitors turned into a high, constant thread. I dragged the playhead back to 03/16/50 and hit play, keeping the speed slow. The audio bar stayed flat, hovering just above silence. picking up only the faintest room tone from inside B-17. No beeps, no voices, no ambient noise, just the soft hiss of a microphone in a dead quiet room. System flag, any audio event over -60 decibels. I murmured more as a habit from previous jobs than anything. We did not usually use voice commands here, but the habit sometimes slipped out. A message popped up on the screen anyway. No audio events detected in current segment. I rolled my eyes even though the reassurance was exactly what I had wanted. I nudged the playhead forward. 03:16:57, 58, 59. The clock in the corner flipped. 03:17:00. In my ears, buried under the hiss, something moved. It was almost nothing, a thin, dry disturbance in the noise, like someone shifting their weight on a distant pillow. I leaned closer to the monitor, as if that would help pulse thudding at the base of my throat. The audio bar twitched, just a hair, then settled back. I rewound and listened again. Same faint disturbance, same non-committal twitch of the levels. No alarms, no system prompt. Again, I said, jaw clenched. Third time. Fourth. The hiss of the B-17 mic played on a loop, the brief flare of exposure washing the screen, my own breath growing louder inside the headphones as I held it without meaning to. On the fifth pass, I pushed the volume slider all the way to the top. The software threw up a little warning about hearing damage that I clicked away without a second thought. The hiss amplified, filling my head with static. And under it, right at 03:17:02, something rode the noise. Not a word at first. Just a cadence, a series of shaped breaths like someone speaking from the very back of a long tiled tunnel. 3 pulses each, just slightly different, the way a name sounds when someone repeats it to see how it feels in their mouth. Wash, ing, ton. I yanked the headphones off so hard, one of the cups snapped back against the desk with a sharp crack. My heart went ballistic, hammering against my ribs. For a second, the room spun the edge of the desk, blurring before settling again. Up on the interface, the audio bar sat almost perfectly flat. The time code read 03:17:04. No red spikes, no flagged events, nothing that looked like a voice had ever been there. My real-world radio sat in its cradle on the desk, its tiny screen dark. The indicator for the main channel was muted. No one had keyed up. No one had said my name over any official line. I swallowed hard and slowly put the headphones back on one ear at a time. My hands felt like they did not quite belong to me. Again, I whispered. I dragged the timeline back. 03:16:55. Slow speed. Volume maxed. Eyes closed this time, just listening. Static. Hiss. The faint impression of a room too large for its occupant. The time flipped over in the corner of my vision. 03:17:00. Wash. The first syllable brushed against my left ear, not from the headphones, but from the space just behind me. A breath that was not on the recording, a syllable that did not belong to any voice I knew. Ing. Right ear, this time softer, almost amused. The hair on the back of my neck rose in one synchronized wave. Ton. Dead center, as if someone had leaned forward between the cups of the headphones and spoken into the hollow of my skull. I tore them off again and spun the chair so fast it bumped into the edge of the desk. The wheels squealed against the floor. Control 3 looked exactly the same as it had 10 seconds earlier. The door was still closed heavy and sealed, the lock engaged. The racks of equipment along the back wall blinked their idiot lights in steady patterns, unbothered. The soda machine in the corner hummed, compressor cycling. No one was standing behind me. No one was anywhere. The only sound was the creak of my chair easing back from the sudden movement, and the ragged, too loud breathing I could not quite get under control. For a moment, I could have sworn I heard something else too, a long, deliberate inhale, like someone drawing air in through their teeth, just out of sight. It came from behind the closed door, or above the ceiling, or from the hollow spaces inside the walls. I could not pin it down. It was gone as soon as I tried to focus on it, leaving me with the dull roar of my own pulse. I turned back to the screen, forcing myself to look. The waveform for the B17 feed lay almost perfectly flat. The software status line at the bottom of the screen read, "Audio channel active, no registered events, no spike, no voice-to-text auto-flag, no sign that anything had happened." The recording had not caught it, but I had. I sat there, fingers curled tight on the edge of the desk, and tried to come up with a rational path from point A to point B. Maybe I had heard my own name in the noise because I was expecting it. Maybe I had whispered it without realizing. Maybe the headphones had picked up interference from some other piece of equipment and mangled it into something that sounded familiar. Then another colder thought slid in under the rest. I had never introduced myself to B17. I had never spoken my own name in that room except the one time I told Mendez not to call me sir. My badge had it printed in bold letters, sure, but badges did not breathe into your ears. The radio scripts used my call sign, not my surname. Whatever was lying on that bed in that white room, whatever had not moved in years except to breathe like a metronome, had just spoken my name like it had been waiting to try it out. And as far as the system was concerned, there had never been a sound at all. 3.1. Paper rules versus real rules. For all the secrecy and underground tunnels and locked doors, the most surreal part of working at Facility 14C might have been the HR meeting. It happened about 2 weeks in on one of my days that really started at 4 in the afternoon. They brought all the new hires, 3 technicians, a janitor, and me up to a conference room topside. After so many nights on level C, the sunlight coming in through the narrow slit windows felt wrong, like I was staring at a photograph of the sky instead of the real thing. The room itself was aggressively ordinary. Beige walls, an oval conference table with a fake wood grain laminate, 8 rolling chairs, all slightly different heights, a big flat screen mounted on the wall hooked up to a government-issue laptop, a spider-looking conference phone in the middle of the table, its little green light glowing. In the corner, just above eye level, a small black dome housed a camera aimed straight at us. The HR rep looked like she belonged at a bank, not in a place that had a room like B17. Navy blazer, simple necklace hair pulled back tight enough I could almost see the line it left on her skin. Her smile was professional and flat. "Thank you all for coming in on your off schedules," she said. "We want to make sure everyone is fully aware of our policies and expectations. This is a high-value installation. As such, there is zero tolerance for security breaches, leaks, or non-compliance." She clicked a remote. The screen lit up with a PowerPoint slide titled "Information Security," and U bullet points popped up in neat blue text. "Do not discuss your work outside the facility. No personal photography or recording devices beyond designated zones. No posting about the facility, its location, or your duties on social media. Not even vague references. Report all anomalies through the proper chain of command." We were made to initial each line on a printed version. It was the same language I had seen in other government-adjacent places, just stripped of the usual family talk. No, we're a team. Just rules. Beside the HR rep sat the head of site security, a square man with a tan line from wearing sunglasses and a buzz cut that was half gray. His badge bore his surname and the word chief in red. He did not smile. He watched us sign the documents like he was memorizing our signatures. "This is not a movie," he said when the HR rep gave him the floor. "This is not a game. You do your job, you go home, you keep your mouth shut. If something is out of place, you log it and you report it. You do not ad-lib. You do not improvise. You do not decide which rules apply to you." He glanced up at the camera dome in the corner as he said it, which did absolutely nothing to relax me. We signed the updated NDA, a thicker version of the one we had already agreed to when we were hired. This one mentioned specific statutes and penalties: unauthorized disclosure, unauthorized recording, removal of classified material, prison time, fines, administrative consequences. As my pen scratched my name across the last line, I thought about the rules Mendez had given me in Control 3. Rule 1, don't leave the room unless you're told. Rule 2, anyone on level B without a red badge gets called in immediately. Rule 3, you do not talk to B17. None of those had been on any slide. Any questions the HR rep asked. The janitor, an older woman with tired eyes and a keyring the size of a fist, asked something about overtime pay. One of the techs asked about parking. I had questions, but none of them were the kind you could raise with a camera watching and a PowerPoint behind you. After the meeting, the chief caught my eye as we filed out and jerked his head toward the hallway. "Washington," he said, "walk with me." His voice had that command tone I still remembered from the Air Force. You obeyed it before you decided whether you wanted to. We left the conference room and went past a row of anonymous office doors. At the end of the hall was an elevator I had not used before, its panel keyed differently than the one to level C. He swiped a badge, the light flashed green, and the doors opened. "Figure it's time you see a little more of where you're working," he said as we stepped inside. "Get familiar with the routes in case of emergency." The panel inside had more buttons than the freight elevator downstairs. Ground, a 1, a 2, B1, B2, B3. The chief punched B2. The doors shut with a soft sigh. The ride down was smoother than the descent to level C, but colder. The chilled air had that metallic tang of bigger systems, something chemical layered under the recycled smell. My ears popped halfway down. When the doors opened again, we stepped out into a hallway that made level C look almost cozy. The floor here was the same epoxy, but the color was lighter, almost hospital gray, instead of industrial beige. The walls were white, not off-white. The lights overhead were brighter, colder, with that faint flicker at the edge of your vision that makes your eyes tired. It was colder too. Not enough to see your breath, but enough that the hairs on my arms rose under my jacket. Every 20 feet or so, a camera bulged from the ceiling, housed in smoked plastic domes that followed the hallway like eyes. Red badges and card readers flanked almost every door, each marked with neat black lettering. Lullaby B03, storage B07, holding B10. We walked past them at a steady pace, our footsteps making dull, hollow sounds. In some rooms, through the narrow observation windows, I saw glimpses of stainless steel tables, cabinets, equipment I did not recognize. Other doors had no windows at all. "You will probably never have to come down here alone," the chief said. "If you do, it will be because someone higher up told you to. You walk these corridors only with a purpose. No sightseeing, no curiosity tours." "Clear, yes, sir." He gave a curt nod. "Good. Curiosity is how people end up on my incident reports." Halfway down the hallway, he stopped abruptly and put a hand out so I would stop too. To our right, the corridor continued, lit the same, lined with doors. To the left, there was another stretch of hallway, but the lights down there were dim, most of them off, and a physical barrier had been bolted into place about 10 feet in a set of metal crowd control stanchions with a chain between them and a sign clipped in the middle. "No unauthorized access. construction area. He jerked his chin toward it. Down that way's old construction, he said. We don't use those rooms anymore. Old how I asked. Old enough, he said. The tone made it clear that was supposed to be the end of it. We stood there for a second, the regular hallway bright at our backs, the dim one yawning to our side. The chain between the stanchions rattled faintly in some air current I could not feel. That was when I heard it. A sound, very soft, somewhere above or inside the wall, between the lit corridor and the dark one. At first, I thought it was the building settling or the echo of someone closing a door far away. A dull, metallic toke. Then 2 more evenly spaced. 3 knocks. They were small, like someone tapping on the inside of a tin pipe with the tip of a finger. Muffled by distance and drywall and whatever else was between us and the source. If I had not been listening already, if my ears had not been tuned by weeks of humming vents and static, and the sound of my name whispered out of a headphone, I might have missed them. The chief's eyes flicked toward the wall, then back straight ahead. Expansion plans got changed, he said, as if he had not heard anything. Budget decisions. Priorities. That whole wing's sealed except for a couple of maintenance ducts. You won't have to worry about it. Is that where Control 2 was? I asked the question out of my mouth before I could decide whether or not to ask it. His jaw tightened just slightly. Control 2 used to be on this floor, he said. Then he went quiet the way people do when they realize they've said more than they meant to. A beat later, his tone shifted back to neutral. Now it's upstairs. We built a better one. Cleaner systems. Cleaner histories. He glanced at his watch. We should get you back to your post. We retraced our steps. As we walked away, I strained to hear anything else. A repeat of the knocks. A voice anything but all that reached me was the hum of lights and the faint rush of air through the vents. Back in Control 3 that night, with my shift halfway over and the clocks inching toward that familiar minute again, I asked Mendez about it while he was tearing open another packet of powdered creamer. So what happened to Control 2 on B level, I said, as casually as I could manage. His hand stilled. The powder poured a little too fast, forming a clumpy mountain in his coffee. Who told you there was a Control 2 on B level, he asked. Chief mentioned it, said it used to be down there. Mendez stared at his cup for a long moment, then stirred. The plastic stick clicked against the styrofoam in a slow, repetitive rhythm. They built a new room, he said finally, instead of cleaning the old one. He took a sip, made a face at the taste, and turned back to the monitors. Conversation over. On the wall of screens, the timestamps glowed in their corners, steady and patient. Somewhere in the concrete and steel below us, an entire wing of rooms sat behind a chain, and a construction sign, lights off, doors closed. And between the official rules on glossy paper and the things men like Mendez said in low voices over burned coffee, I started to understand that this place had more than one set of instructions for how to survive it. 3.2 Off-Duty Haunting Prototype. Back when all this started, before I moved into the apartment I'm sitting in now, I still had a roommate. He was not a bad guy, just loud in that way. Some people are loud even when they are not trying to be. Video games with the volume up. Friends over at weird hours. Late-night arguments on speakerphone that bled straight through the paper-thin walls. On nights when I had to work, I could tune it out. By the time I got home, I was too tired to care. But on my first actual day off after a string of shifts at 14C, I realized I needed real sleep. Not a nap with footsteps in the hallway and doors slamming. A solid, uninterrupted stretch where for once the humming background of cameras and vents would not be waiting for me in the next room. So I booked a motel. It was the kind of place you see 100 times on any American highway without really seeing it. A low 2-story strip of rooms arranged in an L shape around a cracked parking lot. A big red letter sign that just said motel, and underneath in flickering tubes, vacancy. A vending machine outside the office rattling every time it spat out a soda. You could smell it before you got out of the car, that mix of bleach and old cigarettes that has soaked so deep into the carpet. No amount of cleaning will ever get it out. The office had a counter with a bell and a piece of scratched plastic protecting the clerk. Behind him, a faded rack of brochures for attractions nobody visits anymore. How many nights, he asked, not really looking up from the small TV tuned to a game show. Just one, I said. He slid a laminated registration form toward me, had me sign, then handed over a key on a big plastic tag that read 214 in cracked gold numbers. Upstairs, end of the balcony. Wi-Fi passwords on the card, he added. Ice machines down the hall. No smoking in the rooms. He said the last part automatically, like he already knew half the people ignored it. Room 214 was exactly what I expected. Polyester bedspread with a busy pattern designed to hide stains. A small table bolted to the wall with 2 chairs that did not match. A TV mounted on a bracket opposite the bed, its screen reflecting the neon glow from the vacancy sign outside. A heater AC combo unit under the window that roared like a jet engine every time it kicked on. The bathroom smelled like bleach and something faintly sour underneath. The tiny complimentary soap was already cracked in its wrapper. The towels were thin enough to see through. None of it mattered. I pulled the blackout curtains shut, set my duffel on the chair, and dropped face down on the bed without even taking my shoes off. For once, I was not underground. For once, there were no screens, no radios, no white rooms labeled with numbers. Just traffic noise from the highway a few hundred yards away, and the occasional thump of footsteps from the balcony outside. I slept. It was the heavy, ugly kind of sleep that comes after too much caffeine held your brain hostage for too many nights in a row. No dreams I could hold on to, just fragments of light and sound that dissolved when I reached for them. When I jolted awake, I did not know what time it was. I only knew 2 things: my heart was already racing, and I had the sharp, distinct sense that something had just been in the room with me. The motel was silent. The AC unit had cycled off, leaving the air too still, too warm. Through the gap in the curtains, a slice of neon red from the sign outside painted a jagged line on the carpet. The digital alarm clock on the bedside table glowed red numbers into the half-dark. 3:17. I stared at it for a full 5 seconds before my brain caught up with what it was seeing. The time might as well have been a word spelled out, the same combination I had written in my notebook, the same numbers I had watched roll over on the cameras underground. 3:17 in cheap red plastic, humming faintly to itself. My mouth went dry. "That's cute," I told the empty room, my voice rough. Real funny. The TV across from me was off, but as I watched, the screen flickered. Just once, a quick ghost of light, like the backlight, had kicked on for half a second, and then collapsed. There was no logo, no input text, no cable channel. Just a brief gray wash of light in the dark glass, then black again. In the thin band of silence that followed, I heard a tiny mechanical click from somewhere above the TV. If you have ever spent enough time in a room full of cameras, you know that sound. It is the dry, insect-like tick of a relay switching the sound a pan-tilt head makes when it moves a degree left or right, the little throat clear the system gives before it changes what it is looking at. There were no visible cameras in the room. I had done the paranoid sweep before I fell asleep, checking the smoke detector, the vents, the corners, the lampshades. It was the sort of habit that comes with working in places where cameras outnumber people. I had not seen anything then. I did not see anything now. Still, the sound was there. That crisp, precise click, so much like the one I heard every night in Control 3 when the system auto-cycled. I lay there and held my breath, somewhere between the hum of the highway outside and the faint tinnitus buzzing in my own ears. Something else layered itself onto the quiet. A whisper. Not loud, not even clear enough that I could have sworn it was a voice if I had not already been primed for it. Just the suggestion of words, the ghost of syllables moving through the air like somebody trying out their mouth against the fabric of the dark. It came in the same cadence as the noise I had heard on the playback from B-17, not quite speech, not quite static, somewhere in the no man's land between the two. 3 soft pulses close together. A pause. Another 3. My skin crawled. I sat up fast, the mattress squeaking under me, and grabbed the remote from the bedside table. The plastic felt greasy with the residue of 100 other hands. The TV came on with a pop static flaring across the screen for half a heartbeat before resolving into a local news anchor sitting behind a desk. The volume was turned way down the anchor's lips, moving silently as a crawl of headlines rolled along the bottom. Accident on I-15 weather alert sports. The whispering stopped. For a moment, the room looked exactly like any other highway motel room in the country. Cheap art on the walls, stains on the carpet, the smell of bleach and cigarettes and whatever they sprayed to pretend it was not smoke. The red digits on the alarm clock now read 3:18. I turned the volume up a little, letting the drone of the anchor's voice fill the space. I knew it was a lie, but it felt like a shield. You're tired, I told myself. You're dragging work into your dreams, that's all. I left the TV on and lay back down, eyes fixed on the crawl of words at the bottom of the screen until they blurred. Eventually, I must have drifted into something like sleep again, because the next thing I knew, thin daylight was seeping around the edges of the curtains, and the clock read 9:42. At the front desk, checking out, the clerk slid my receipt across the counter without making eye contact. The TV behind him was on a morning show, now all bright colors and forced laughter. A little sign taped to the plexiglass read, "Thank you for staying with us. Come again." On the drive back toward town, the motel receded into the rear view like every other anonymous building on the strip. I told myself it had been a panic wake-up and a coincidence. Back at my apartment with my roommate's game console blasting explosions through the closed door of his room, I sat at the kitchen counter, pulled out the notebook, and wrote another entry. Day off. Motel off 95. Woke 3:17 a.m., TV flicker. Heard click like relay. Whisper pattern, same rhythm as B-17 playback. Not in facility. Seeing the words on paper did not make them less ridiculous. It just made them real. That was the first time I understood that whatever was happening at 3:17 did not care whether I was underground or not. It did not belong to the building. It did not belong to the cameras. It had followed me out into a cheap room above a cheap parking lot, under a neon sign that hummed vacancy into the highway night. 3.3. Mendez's half confession. A few nights after the motel incident, I came into work and knew before I even reached Control 3 that something was off with Mendez. He was in the level C break room, hunched over the sink with his sleeves pushed up, rinsing out the same chipped ceramic mug I had seen him use since my first week. The fluorescent lights in there did nobody any favors, but even accounting for that, he looked worse than usual. Dark circles bruised the skin under his eyes. His usually neat goatee had gone a little wild at the edges, flecked with more gray than I remembered. He let the water run into the mug longer than necessary, staring at nothing, the stream splashing and echoing in the basin. The TV mounted in the corner was playing a basketball game on some sports network. The sound turned all the way down. Players ran up and down the court in jittery silence, the crowd exploding into silent cheers every few seconds. Captions tried to keep up along the bottom, always a beat behind, "That was an incredible shot. They really need this possession." Behind the far wall, the ice machine kicked on with a sudden roar, rattling pipes. A moment later, a load of cubes tumbled into the bin with a hollow crash that just for a second sounded too much like someone banging on metal. I poured myself coffee from the pot, immediately regretted it, and added enough powdered creamer to turn the surface a muddy beige. Mendez shut off the tap, shook out his mug, and set it down on the counter with a dull thud. "You look like hell," I said. "Appreciate the feedback, Wash." He muttered, reaching for the jar of instant coffee he kept stashed behind the filters. "You always this charming to your elders, only the ones who keep me alive," I said. Then before I could talk myself out of it, I added, "Can I ask you something? For real this time, not the which vending machine is less cursed kind of question." He glanced over, one eyebrow raised. "If it's about the burritos, the answer is don't. Just don't. It's not the burritos." I waited until he had filled his mug and taken a sip. The lines at the corners of his eyes deepened for a second as the taste hit. "What happened to Control 2?" I asked. For a heartbeat, the only movement in the room was the scroll of captions on the basketball game and the slow drip of water from the faucet he had not quite turned all the way off. Mendez lowered his mug. Steam rose from it in thin, lazy trails. "Man," he said finally, "you don't do small talk, do you? You're the one who told me they built a new room instead of cleaning the old one." I said, "Chief said it used to be on B level. I heard knocking down there. I feel like at a certain point I get to ask what I'm actually sitting in front of every night." He stared at the surface of his coffee like he was trying to read something in the reflection. The game on TV cut to a replay, players frozen mid-air, mouths open in silent shouts. The ice machine coughed in its corner, a little shudder that ran through the wall. "Jack would have liked you," he said at last. "He asked too many questions, too." "Jack Guard before Ramirez," he said. "Before you, Control 2's golden boy for about 5 minutes." He pulled out a chair and sat the plastic squeaking under his weight. After a second, I took the one across from him. The table was cool under my forearms, the fake wood grain starting to peel at the edges. "Jack liked to test boundaries," Mendez went on. "You know the type. You've met 100 of them. Guys who can't just be told, 'Don't touch the fence,' without finding out exactly how much fence they can touch before someone yells." I thought of a couple of faces from the Air Force and did not argue. "He was solid on paper," Mendez said. "Prior service, good records, clean psych evals. Came in, learned the monitors, learned the routes. But he got bored fast. This job is 90% boredom and 10% stuff you wish had never happened. Some people are not built for the 90. He took another sip, swallowed, grimaced again. First, it was little things he said. Waving at the cameras when he thought nobody was watching. Making faces in the reflection. Harmless, right? Then he started doing it on B level. I did not have to ask which camera he meant. "You're talking about B-17, I said. Mendez's jaw tightened. "I'm talking about a room you were supposed to log, not entertain," he said. He'd sit in Control 2, and when his partner went to take a leak or whatever, he'd pull that feed full screen and talk. Talk how, if you can hear me tap once, kind of stupid, Mendez said, telling it jokes, telling it about his day. Hell, for all I know, reading it the sports scores. He thought it was funny, thought it made him special having a conversation nobody else could hear. My stomach went cold. I thought of the whisper I had heard in the headphones, the way it had wrapped itself around my name like it was trying it on for size. Did anything happen, I asked. At first, Mendez shrugged. No, that was the problem. You get away with something long enough, it stops feeling like a risk and starts feeling like a game. Then he started hearing things. The TV above us showed the crowd behind the bench, all of them frozen mid-cheer, teeth bared in silent screams. The captions read, "The arena is absolutely electric right now." He told me some of it. Mendez continued. Late at night, after shift, said he'd be sitting there alone and hear his own voice on the intercom. Not the radio, the wall speakers. You know, the ones they use for announcements during drills. He'd hear himself giving instructions he didn't remember saying, telling people to move to certain doors, telling them to open things that were supposed to stay closed. The ice machine in the wall kicked on again, a groaning rumble followed by the clatter of ice dropping. It sounded brutally like a fist pounding 3 times on metal. Then he started seeing himself, Mendez said. I forced my tongue to move. On the cameras, yeah. His fingers tightened around the mug knuckles, whitening. He'd be in control too, right sitting in his chair, same as us. But then he'd flip to a hallway feed, and there he'd be walking down the corridor. Or standing by a door on level B. Or just standing in the corner of a lab staring up at the lens. Same uniform, same badge. In the live view. That's not possible, I said, automatically. It sounded pathetic even to me. Lot of things down here aren't possible, Mendez said. Doesn't mean they don't happen. He looked past me at something only he could see. Last time he mentioned it to me, he said he watched himself walk up to a door on B level, look straight into the camera, and smile. My mouth felt dry as paper. What door? Mendez's eyes slid back to mine. Take a guess. I did not have to. The answer was already standing in the back of my head, pale and patient. What did he do? I asked. Started keeping it to himself, Mendez said. Went from joking about it to shutting up real fast if anyone came in the room. That's how you know someone's in trouble, by the way. They stop being loud about the weird stuff and start going quiet. He leaned back the chair, complaining. One night he said sometime around 3. You can guess the minute. He was on shift alone in Control 2. His partner was out sick. Supposedly everything stayed normal until a little after 3. Then the logs just stop. What do you mean stop? No entries, he said. No door checks, no camera sweeps, nothing written after 0312. The last thing he typed was B Hall, all clear. After that, he spread his hands. They say he opened the door, Mendez said quietly. Not here, down there. Which door? I asked, even though I already knew. He did not answer that directly. Next morning, he went on Control 2 was locked. I don't mean, hey, don't go in there, we're rearranging furniture. I mean welded, sealed keycard readers dead, a guard posted at each end of the hall until further notice. They moved all the monitoring up to level C in a hurry. New room, new chairs, new walls like you saw in the PowerPoint. Clean slate. What happened to Jack? Mendez stared at the TV for a long time. On screen, a ref blew a whistle I could not hear. The captions read, "And there's the foul." He doesn't work nights anymore, he said at last. Might not work days either. Is he dead? Depends on what you mean by dead wash, he said. Paperwork says he transferred out. Some guys say they saw him in town months later, sitting in a diner booth at 3 in the afternoon, staring at the security camera in the corner, like it was going to start talking. Other people, he shrugged. Other people say different things. He lifted his mug, held it halfway to his mouth, then lowered it again. There's a story, he said, that they didn't clear out Control 2, that they left everything in place. The monitors, the chairs, the desk. Just added one extra piece of furniture and one extra camera. A bed, I said. He did not smile. You spend enough time with that wall of cameras, he said softly, and it starts learning you. Your posture, your walk, your face. Sometimes I think we're just feeding that room new faces until it finds the ones it likes. Ice crashed in the bin again, another hollow 3-beat pounding through the wall. I realized my hands were clenched on the table fingers digging into the cheap laminate. I made myself let go. You said his name was Jack, I said. Jack, who? For the first time all night, Mendez looked straight at me, really looked like he was comparing something in his head to what was sitting across the table. Jack Washington, he said. We all called him Wash, too. Something went very still inside my chest. You're kidding. I don't joke with government ID cards, Mendez said. HR loves their coincidences. Ex-military good record night shift experience last name Washington. Maybe someone upstairs thought it was funny, or maybe it wasn't their idea. On the TV, the camera zoomed in on the back of a player's jersey. The name there was blurred by motion, just black letters on white. For a fraction of a second, my tired brain tried to turn it into my own. Mendez pushed his chair back, the leg screeching against the tile. He picked up his mug and headed for the door. Point is, he said over his shoulder, don't talk to B-17, don't wave, don't give it anything to work with. Some rooms down here already know too many names. He paused with his hand on the break room door handle. Maybe it just likes certain ones, he added, and I don't think either of us wants to find out what it does when it collects the full set. 4.1. The power dip, the night everything really started to come apart, was a Thursday, the kind of weekday that already feels like a frayed nerve before anything actually happens. The desert was in a mood. I could tell before I even got through the gate. Wind pushing sideways across US 95, hard enough that the car drifted if I loosened my grip on the wheel. Dust rolled across the asphalt in low, dirty waves, catching the headlights and making the road look like it was underwater. By the time I pulled into Lot C, the floodlights were fighting with the darkness, their beams full of moving grit. On the surface, cameras in Control 3, the desert looked worse. Sand hissed against the chain-link fences. The tall flood poles swayed just enough that the light pools on the ground rocked back and forth, stretching and shrinking like something breathing. Half the dome cameras up top had the tiniest constant shiver in their feeds, the image wobbling as the wind tugged at their mounts. Gonna lose a few of those if this keeps up. Mendez muttered early in the shift, watching one camera's view of the main gate tremble like a handheld shot. Maybe they'll finally spring for the good brackets, instead of whatever they found in surplus. The rest of the evening looked on paper like any other. Check-in at 6, elevator down. Code punched into the Control 3 keypad until the lock thunked and the door eased open. The familiar blast of recycled air and electronic hum greeting me as I stepped inside. But there were little absences if you knew what to look for. Radio traffic was lighter. The usual chatter from lab techs clearing out their zones came earlier than normal. Corridors that usually stayed populated until 9 were empty by 8:30. On one hallway, feet a pair of white coats walked briskly toward the elevators with go bags slung over their shoulders. ID badges bouncing. One of them glanced up into the camera and rolled his eyes like he was on his way out of a meeting he did not want to attend. Systems testing tomorrow, Mendez said, flipping through the evening's memo on the terminal. They want the place as empty as possible when they start poking at the guts. So everybody scatters early and leaves us holding the bag. Shouldn't that mean more people on security? I asked. He snorted. You'd think. But no, if something breaks, we're just the ones who get to log it and pretend we knew what we were looking at. By 10 o'clock, the labs were dark. Only a few scattered offices still glowed on Level A. Level B was all steady white light and posted guards, the same two-man teams I had watched a dozen times before. Surface cameras showed the wind starting to die down the dust clouds, thinning to pale, patchy ghosts. The floodlights over the parking lot flickered once in unison, then steadied. It was the kind of quiet that makes you relax by half an inch, and in doing that makes you vulnerable. My playlist whispered into one ear. The other listened to the low burble of the radio, the odd copy that, or Level B all clear floating through. The UPS unit under the main console hummed a constant low reassurance that if the building sneezed, our little island of screens would stay alive long enough to see it. I logged a minor maintenance call at 22:31, noted a guard swap outside B10 at 22:39, took a sip of coffee that had gone from bad to worse as it cooled. At 22:42, the world blinked. It was not like the 3:17 stutters. Those felt like someone had skipped a frame in a film reel. This felt like someone had shut my eyes for me. 1 second 36 feeds filled the front wall hallways and doors and fences and that ever-present little white room in the top right corner. The next, everything went black. Not off exactly. The monitors still had power. The faint backlight glow was there. But the feeds vanished. Just empty dark rectangles in a grid. For less than a full heartbeat. Under the desk, the UPS gave a single indignant beep. The lights in the room dimmed so slightly that if I had not been staring at the screens, I might have missed it. The hum of the AC dipped like someone had taken the building's volume knob and turned it down, then back up. Then the cameras came back. It was so quick that if you had been looking down at your phone or away at the door, you could have told yourself you imagined it. But I had been staring straight ahead, pen in my hand, in the middle of writing the word routine in the log. My fingers froze halfway through the T, the UPS beep faded, the AC recommitted to pretending it was in charge of the air. On the surface, feeds the parking lot lights still swayed. On Level B, the guards outside their doors hadn't moved an inch. But three things were wrong. The first was just letters. On the B17 feed, there was always a small block of overlay text in the bottom right corner of the frame room B17 door, secured white letters on a translucent gray strip. It was like part of the wallpaper to me by then, something my brain filtered out until it changed. In that split-second blackout, it changed. I did not see it in real time. It registered in the same way your brain registers the color of a car that almost hits you, only fully processing it after the danger has passed. A flash of different text in the corner of my eye where secured should have been some other shape of word. My heart kicked. I backed up the recording 5 seconds and hit play, slowing the speed down to the lowest setting the system allowed for live review. The footage rolled B17's white room, the bed in the center, the shape on it. The timestamp 22:41:58:59. When the blink hit this time, I saw it. The image cut to black for one frame. In the same frame, the system still insisted on displaying the overlay text. Room B17, door open, yellow letters instead of white, just for that single missing beat. On the next frame, the image snapped back into existence, the room visible again, the bed in its place, the figure motionless, and the text had already switched back to secured. It was like the building had flinched, and in doing it, told the truth for one frame. The second wrong thing had been in my ear. I had the radio earpiece tuned to the standard security channel volume low. Everyone had gone quiet a few minutes before the blink, no patrol check-ins, no bored small talk. I knew that because the last thing logged was a Level B guard saying Hall 3 all clear at 22:38. During the blackout, as the UPS beeped as the screens dropped to nothing, I heard it a long, deep exhale. Not crackle, not static. A breath. It had that texture you only get when someone is close to a mic, too close enough that the air moves directly across it. A kind of rumbling rush, thick and tired, like somebody who had been holding on to something for a long time and finally decided to let go. There was no telltale beep that precedes a radio transmission, no call sign, no click of a button being depressed or released. Just the breath drawn in somewhere it had no business being pushed out through a device that, according to the little icons on my console, had been on mute. When I checked the radio log, there was nothing recorded between 22:39 and 22:45. The third wrong thing was on the hallway camera outside B17. B Hall 3 was a fixed camera, no pan, no tilt, mounting on the ceiling at a junction where 3 doors faced each other. One of them was B17's, a heavy metal slab with no window and a keypad lock. The other 2 led to other rooms whose names I had learned not to say out loud if I could help it. The angle showed the floor in a clean rectangle of view. Usually, you saw the feet of the guards posted at either end of the hall when they walked through shadows, clipping in and out as they moved. I scrubbed the playback back to 22:41:50 and let it roll. 2 guards at their usual positions, one at the far end of the corridor, one closer to the camera. Both faced outward, watching their assigned arcs of hallway. B17's door sat in the middle of the image overlay text at the bottom of the frame, reading B Hall 3, live at 22:42:00. The blink hit. The same single frame blackout. The same UPS beep ghosting through the room where I sat. When the picture came back, there was an extra shape on the floor. It was not a person, not directly. More like a second shadow that had not been there before. Taller, narrower, stretched out beside the bed that was not even in that camera's field of view. A smudge of darkness on the glossy floor, elongated, rising to a point just shy of the bottom edge of the frame. The guards did not react. They did not look at the door or toward where the shadow must have been, if it existed in their space. They just stood there, breathing, weight shifting. On the very next frame, the shadow was gone. I stepped through it over and over, frame by frame, until my eyes started to ache. Blackout, return, shadow, no shadow. I tried to convince myself it was a compression artifact, some glitch in how the software handled the power dip, but the geometry was wrong. B Hall 3 was mounted down the hall, facing a T-junction. There was nothing in that space that could have cast a shape like that from that angle, not a guard, not a door, not some piece of equipment just off-screen. It was as if something tall and thin had been standing up against the wall opposite B17's door for exactly 1 frame long enough to register as darker than the rest of the scene, not long enough for the human eye to catch unless you went looking. My thumb hovered over the intercom button for a full 3 seconds before I forced it down. "Control 3 to B Hall team," I said. I heard the tremor in my own voice and hated it. I got a weird door status on B17 during that power dip. "Anybody near there right now?" Static answered first, then a voice I recognized, Mendez. "Control 3, this is Mendez," he said, slightly out of breath. "I'm on level B, just past Hall 2. What did you see?" "Door flag went to open for a frame and back," I said. No alarm. But Hall 3 picked up something on the floor. Might be nothing, but... I let the sentence hang. There was a pause on his end, the sound of his footsteps echoing faintly over the line, the mic catching the rhythm of his breathing as he moved. "Copy," he said finally. "I'm heading toward B17 now. Keep eyes on all B feeds and log any further anomalies. If that door's physically open, you'll hear about it." The radio clicked. The channel went quiet, except for the distant rasp of his air. On the screens in front of me, the timestamps ticked over to 22:43. The little overlay in the corner of B17 dutifully declared in clean white letters, "Door secured." And somewhere in that blank white room, if the earlier patterns meant anything, something that knew my name had just been given another chance to stretch. 4.2. Mendez at the door and 317 eyes on the screens. Mendez became a moving piece in a maze I could only see from above. I pulled up the B-level hallway feeds and tiled them big B Hall 1, B Hall 2, B Hall 3, plus the fixed shot of the elevator lobby. In B Hall 1, his silhouette appeared at the far end of the corridor, head-down clipboard, under one-arm red badge hanging from his chest. The overhead fluorescence washed most of the color out of him, but the way he walked was unmistakable, that tired, rolling pace of someone who has been on night shifts too long. "Control 3 visual on you," I said into the radio. "You're about 40 feet out." Copy came, his breathing low in my ear. No small talk this time. No jokes about hazard pay. The camera in B Hall 1 watched him come closer, the perspective making him swell from a small shape into a full-frame figure. He passed under the lens, shoulders hunched, and crossed into the field of B Hall 2. The second view picked him up mid-stride, his shadow stretching out ahead of him on the polished floor. I clicked B-HALL-3 into the largest window. That was the one facing B-17's door center of the frame keypad on the right, a section of blank white wall on either side. A few seconds later, Mendez walked into view from the bottom of the screen. He stopped directly in front of B-17. From my vantage point, he was just a back Navy security jacket patch on the shoulder, ID clipped to his belt. His hand went to the door handle and rested there. He did not test it, did not jiggle it, did not try the keypad. Just touched it like someone touching a sleeping dog's collar. He stayed like that. 5 seconds. 10. 15. The clock in the corner said 22:44:12, then 22:44:20. Mendez did not move. He did not tilt his head as if listening close, but everything in his posture told me he was. The muscles in his back tightened under the fabric. His shoulders rose a fraction, then held. The mic on his radio sat right there on his shoulder. It picked up the rhythm of his breathing, steady at first, then a notch faster, each inhale just a little deeper than the last. Whatever he was hearing, I was not getting it. The building's vents hummed softly on the audio feed, the faint tick of distant equipment filters in. No voices, no knocks. On B-17's own camera, the bed lay in the center of the white room. The figure under the sheet was exactly where it always was, exactly how it always was. Eyes closed, mouth neutral, that slow mechanical rise and fall of the chest. The overlay still said, "Door secured." "Control 3 to Mendez," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "You got eyes on the door. Any visible issues?" He did not answer. For 2 full seconds, the channel was dead. No click, no static, no standby. In B Hall 3, he finally moved. He slid his hand off the doorknob, letting it drop to his side. He did not check the frame, did not get down to look at the threshold, did not key any codes. He just stood there, breathing, staring at a door I could only see the back of. Then he turned away from it. No report. No door secure. He pivoted on his heel and started walking back the way he had come back toward B Hall 2's field of view. The camera watched the back of his head recede, watched his shadow retract. "Control 3 to Mendez, everything good on B-17?" I asked. Nothing. The silence dragged long enough for my brain to start filling it with things I did not want it to. Someone else holding the radio, someone else cutting the line, someone else wearing his skin down there. When the speaker finally crackled, the voice that came through was almost his. Almost. "Control 3, this is Supervisor Green," it said. The words were flat in a way that felt wrong, every syllable landing too neatly. "Mendez is heading back to his regular post. We've checked the door. Do not call down to level B again tonight unless instructed." Green's voice usually had this gravel to it, a tired rasp, like a man who had smoked too many years and yelled over too many engines. This version was smoothed out, same cadence, same choice of words, but the edges sanded down. Like hearing a recording of him played a half step off. "Copy," I said slowly. "No further calls to level B unless directed." "Affirmative," the voice said. Then the channel clicked off with a little pop. I switched through the B feeds again. In B Hall 2, Mendez appeared walking away from the camera. In B Hall 1, a moment later, he moved past the lens shoulders, set not glancing up. He did not look at any of the cameras. He did not touch his radio. "Green Control 3, I tried. Can you confirm over admin channel status check?" The admin channel stayed empty. I logged it as door status anomaly on B17. Checked and cleared per Green. There was no protocol for Chief of Security. Sounds like his voice took a wrong turn on the way out of his throat, so I left that part out. The rest of the shift tripped over itself after that, the hours stumbling instead of flowing. Every time I passed B Hall 3 on the rotation, I watched that stretch of floor where the extra shadow had been. Every time I glanced at B17, I checked the text block in the corner, just to make sure the word hadn't quietly changed again. By the time 3 a.m. crawled up on the clocks, my nerves felt like exposed wiring. 03:15:12 glowed in the corner of the main monitor. I knew what was coming. The pattern had taught me. The 3:17 stutters, the little flashes, the headaches. Part of me thought that if I could just avoid giving it my full attention, I could blunt whatever was slowly sharpening itself on that minute. So at 03:16, I deliberately turned B17 off the main layout. I pulled up the surface cams instead, empty parking lot, fence line, desert stretching out into black. I tiled lab corridors, stairwells, and office where someone had left a rolling chair half askew under a desk. The little tile with B17 in it stayed in the grid, but I did not look at it. I kept my eyes moving camera to camera, door to door, like a medic doing a triage sweep. 03:16:54. The UPS under the console hummed a little louder, or maybe I just noticed it more. My palm left a faint sweat print on the mouse. 03:16:59. The world blinked. Not a skipped frame this time, not the quick camera sneeze that came with the earlier glitches. This was longer. Every monitor on the front wall went black and stayed black. The backlight glow was still there, that faint gray that tells you a TV is on even when it is not showing anything. But the images were gone. All of them. 1 second stretched into 2. In the dark glass, my own reflection stared back at me, pale, tired eyes wide. The UPS gave its warning beep, but stretched the tone, wobbling like it was being played through water. The AC cut out entirely. No hum, no rush of air. Silence poured in, raw and thick. I did not breathe. When the screens woke, they did not come back the way they had been. B17 filled the center monitor, not as part of the grid, not in its usual little box. Full screen blown up so the room felt like it had been dragged into Control 3 and hung on the wall. The bed in the middle was there, but the framing was wrong. The camera had zoomed or been zoomed closer than I had ever seen it. The edges of the frame cut off the corners of the room now. The walls were just blurred white. The bed took up most of the shot. The figure on it took up the rest. Its face filled the screen. Up close, the proportions were even worse. The skull seemed too big for the body the way a child's is, but stretched, elongated. The skin was that same drained gray I had seen in playback, but here it had texture, fine pores, a faint sheen under the overhead light, a network of tiny lines around where eyebrows should have been. The eyes were open. They were not milky or clouded. They were not human either. The sockets seemed too deep, casting shadows that should not exist in that flat, shadowless light. The irises, if that is what they were almost the same color as the skin, a pale, washed-out tone that made it impossible to tell where they ended and whatever lay beneath began. The pupils were holes, not black exactly, just absence. The kind of dark you get when a camera lens looks into a tunnel and cannot see the end. Those eyes were angled straight at the camera, straight at me. My throat closed. For a second, I forgot how to swallow. My hand tightened on the armrest of the chair until the plastic creaked. In my right ear, where the radio earpiece sat, something clicked. The channel was off. I had flipped the selector to monitor only after Green's last order. There should have been nothing but the faint hiss of inactive lines. Instead, I heard a voice. Not a whisper this time. Not something buried under static. Clear. Close. I see you, it said. And it was my voice. Not just similar. Not just same accent, same age. It was the exact way I sounded when I left voicemails, when I said my name at the gate, when I heard myself on those old orientation recordings. Same cadence, same stressed syllable. Only slower. Flatter. I ripped the earpiece out like it had burned me. The chair shot back on its wheels, slamming into the equipment rack behind me with a hollow clang. For a heartbeat, I stood halfway up, chest heaving, hand still locked around the little coil of cable. The room tilted and righted itself. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. When I forced myself to look at the screens again, the wall had gone back to the regular layout. 36 boxes. B17 back in its corner, small and neat. The bed in the center, the figure on it, lying still, eyes closed. Overlay text, door secured. The timestamps in all the frames read 03/17/08. The AC kicked back on with a loud, rattling sigh. Somewhere deep in the bowels of the facility, a compressor started up, sending a faint vibration through the floor. The only sound in Control 3 was my own breathing. I sat down slowly, hands shaking, and stared at the tiny B17 window until my vision blurred. Then I opened my notebook with clumsy fingers and wrote, Night, 3:17. Full blackout, 1 to 2 seconds. B17 feed full screen on return. Eyes open. Looking directly at camera, heard my own voice on muted radio, I see you. It felt like signing something I was not supposed to sign. Like putting my name on a document that did not belong to this world. Somewhere in a white room, I had never actually stepped inside something that had been lying motionless for longer than my entire life, had just used my voice to let me know it was wide awake. 4.3. The knock and the double. For a while after the ICU incident, the only sound in Control 3 was the scrape of my chair wheels and the pen stuttering across paper. I was still trying to get the words down before my brain could sand their edges off the blackout, the zoomed-in face, the eyes, my own voice in my ear. The AC was back on the vents, whispering overhead, but the room felt thinner somehow, like there was less air in it than before. I had just written the words, used my voice, when someone knocked on the door. 3 knocks. Not loud, not angry, just confident, evenly spaced. Cock, cock, cock. The sound came from the metal door behind me, the one with the badge reader and the heavy handle that took a real pull to open. It echoed wrong in the concrete, too crisp, too close, as if whoever was knocking had their forehead resting against the steel. My whole body went rigid. The pen froze in my hand. There should not have been anyone at that door. The hallway outside Control 3 was quiet as a graveyard this time of night. I had just flipped past CHALL 4 3 minutes earlier. It had been empty. Before I could say anything, a voice came through. "Open up, man. It's me." Mendez forgot his badge. It was my voice. Not perfectly. There was a flatness to it, a stiffness. But the cadence was mine, the way I put weight on certain words, the little drop on man at the end. A sentence I had said in other lives, in other places. I could hear myself saying it a dozen times at my old apartment door, joking when my roommate locked himself out. For a second, reflex overrode everything else. My chair slid back. My hand went to the armrest to push myself up. The motion was so easy, so automatic, that I was halfway to standing before the rest of my brain caught up and threw itself in front of the impulse. Rule 3. You do not open doors for voices you cannot see. Maybe that had never been an official rule, but I could feel it written in the air behind my eyes in the notebook lines about 317 in the story of Jack and a door on B level. I stopped. My knees locked. Without turning toward the sound, I forced myself back into the chair and rolled forward to the desk fingers, clumsy on the mouse. The knock had come from behind me, but I knew better than to trust ears alone. The building was all hard surfaces and echo lines. Sound went places it shouldn't. "Hang on," I called, forcing my voice to sound bored instead of terrified. Checking something. It felt like shouting into a church. I pulled up CHALL 4, the camera that watched the corridor just outside Control 3. The feed popped into place, a stretch of painted cinderblock wall, the floor shiny with wax, the closed door to my room right in the center of the frame. The hallway was empty. No shadow pooling under the door. No boots. No hunched shape waiting out of range. Just the overhead light buzzing faintly and the red LED on the exit sign glowing at the far end. Behind me, the knocking came again. Harder this time. The handle rattled with the vibration. "Cock! Cock! Cock! I see you on the camera," I said, keeping my eyes glued to the empty hall. "There's nobody there." The new voice that answered was not mine. "Wash, you see me out there?" it said, irritated, a little out of breath. "Quit screwing around." Mendez. Or something wearing his voice like a shirt it had not quite grown into. The gravel was there but dulled. The pacing was there but a half beat off. I checked the little status bars along the bottom of the feed. No glitch flags. No delay. The timestamp read 03/2033. Control 3's door sat in the frame shut tight with absolutely no one in front of it. The urge to turn around was almost physical. It felt like someone had hooked their fingers into the back of my skull and was trying to twist my head toward the sound. Every instinct I had from normal life screamed that if someone you know knocks, you look, you open, you help. But this place did not run on normal life. I backed out of C Hall 4 and flipped through the other Level C cameras, more from panic than logic. C-HALL-2 empty. C-HALL-3, a cleaning cart parked crooked against a wall. C-STAIR-1, nothing but steps. Then I hit C Lounge 2, the break room on this level. The camera in C Lounge 2 was mounted high in the corner, watching the plastic tables, the fridge, the ice machine wall. The TV in there was off now, a dark rectangle above the counter. The overhead light cast a watery glow over everything. And there at the nearest table sat a man with his back to the camera. Same jacket I was wearing, Navy security issued creases in the same places. Same haircut, short regulation, neat little cowlick at the crown. His shoulders slouched at the exact angle mine did when I'd been up too long. On the table in front of him sat a black thermos identical to the one next to my keyboard. White letters in the top corner of the feed read, "Live, 03-2204. I looked down at my own desk. My thermos sat there right where I had left it, ring of coffee dried around the lip. My radio cradle was there too, red charging light on. My notebook was open, pen uncapped. My hands were there, gripping the edge of the console, knuckles pale. I was not in the break room. On screen, the man in C Lounge 2 shifted slightly enough that the side of his face came into profile. The angle was just off, just blurry enough. My brain did not need any more to fill in the blanks. Every muscle in my body went cold and tight. Behind me, the door gave a small, angry shudder like someone had put their shoulder to it. 3 more knocks. This time they seemed to come from further away and closer at the same time, like there were 3 doors in 3 halls, all hit in perfect unison. "Open up," my own voice said again from the other side. Layered just under it, nearly covering it, came Mendez's. "Come on, kid. It's freezing out here." I stared at the C Lounge 2 feed until my eyes burned. On B17's little square in the top right of the grid, movement flickered. It was small, almost nothing, but in that field of stillness, any change was a shout. I dragged the cursor up and clicked. B17 bloomed bigger, bumping other feeds aside. The bed was there, the white walls, the overhead light, the figure. It had moved. Not much. The sheet was still pulled up to the same point on its chest. The arms were still at its sides. But the head. Earlier that night, while I was watching in horror as my face filled the screen in that blackout, I had been leaning forward in my chair, chin tilted slightly down, neck angled. Now, as I watched, the figure's head was cocked at that same angle. Just enough tilt to say I'm paying attention. My own posture matched it. I realized that only because of the faint reflection of myself in the black bezel of the monitor, hunched forward, head tipped, eyes locked. As I sat there, the figure's chin shifted a fraction more until the resemblance sharpened. Not in the features, that face was still wrong, stretched gray, but in the attitude, the curve of bone, the way it occupied the frame. It was like watching a funhouse mirror trying to remember what you looked like. The knocks at the door stopped being polite. They did not get louder. They got busier. First it was my voice and Mendez's. Then a third voice joined in a tone I did not recognize, higher clipped, maybe Green's, but younger and less worn. Then a woman's voice, then something that did not sound quite human at all stacked over one another, out of sync by half syllables. "Open up. Open up, man. Open the door. Wash. Open. Up." They overlapped and slid around each other, a small, awful chorus pressing through 6 inches of metal as if it were paper. Each repetition got closer to the cadence I used, like all of them were taking turns running my words through their mouths until they fit. On CHALL4, the hallway outside Control 3 remained empty. Just the door. Just the light. On C Lounge 2, the figure at the table still sat with its back to the camera, but I could swear its shoulders had inched higher, as if it were listening harder. On B17, the thing on the bed lay in that impossible stillness, head tilted to match mine, eyes closed, but somehow more present than anything else in the room. The chorus at the door hit another set of 3 knocks. I did not move. I pressed my back into the chair until the plastic dug into my shoulder blades, clutching the edge of the console like it could anchor me in place. My whole body wanted to turn around, muscles twitching with the urge. Every story I'd ever heard about people being reasonable at the wrong moment tried to make a case in my head. What if a guard really was out there and hurt? What if it was a test from Green and I was failing it? What if I would be written up for insubordination for not answering my own voice? The louder part of my mind whispered the only rule that mattered. they built a new room instead of cleaning the old one. So I stayed facing the screens. The knocks went on. The voices blurred like multiple radio channels bleeding into one another, trying on names and tones. Some of them were mine, some of them were not. Open up. Open up. I kept my eyes on the cameras on that tiny white room at the edge of the grid on the empty hall outside my door that somehow sounded crowded. And for the first time in my adult life, I was more afraid of turning around than I was of what might already be in the room with me. 5.1. The shift that never ended. From 3:30 until 6 time, stopped behaving like something on a clock and turned into something I could feel in my teeth. After the chorus at the door, after the last open up braided itself down into a murmur, I made a decision that felt small and impossible at the same time. I was not going to move. Not to the door, not to the windowless wall, not to the phone. I stayed in the chair. The knocks stretched out spaces between them, getting longer, the rhythm losing confidence. It was like whatever stood on the other side of that steel realized it was not going to get what it wanted tonight, and started trying different tactics, weak taps, heavier blows, pauses long enough to make me think it was over, and then one last lazy coke like a hand giving up. Somewhere around 3:40, they stopped altogether. I did not trust that. The radio stayed dead. No patrol check-ins. No level B all clear. No irritated green asking why my logs had gone weird. Every time I glanced at the console, the little channel indicators looked normal. No error lights, no dead battery icons. Just silence across all of them, like the whole facility had agreed to hold its breath. So I did the only thing that felt like an anchor. I wrote. The logbook in front of me, meant for neat little entries about door checks and camera malfunctions, started to look more like the notebook I kept in my pocket. 0329, knocking at Control 3 door, 3 beats. 0332, voices at door mine Mendez others, no visual on C Hall 4. 0340 to 0350, no further knocks. Radio silent. B17 appears unchanged visually. My handwriting got tighter as I went smaller, like if I could compress the words enough, I could shrink the reality of them too. The pen left a dent on the page that went through 3 more sheets. Between entries, I stared at the monitors. The feeds did what they always did when nothing was happening. They sat there and pretended to be a still life. Level A corridors in their fluorescent buzz. The elevator lobbies, the empty lab benches, the topside cameras washed out by floodlights, and the slowly lightening sky beyond the fence. B-level doors with their little glowing keypads. Nothing moved except the occasional blink of a status LED or the slight autofocus twitch of a lens correcting itself. B17 lay in its box in the grid, quiet and gray overlay, insisting the door was secured. I flipped to CHALL 4 more times than I can count. It never showed anyone standing outside Control 3, just the blank door to the room. I sat in the scuffed floor, the exit sign's red glow. Somewhere between 400 and 500, I started hearing phantom footsteps. Not on the audio feeds, those I kept low, checking each one deliberately, making sure any sound had a source. No, the footsteps were perception, only a pattern my brain kept trying to lay over the hum of the AC and the low buzz of the monitors. A heel, then a toe. A shift of weight. The quiet rasp of fabric. Whenever I checked the cameras, the halls were empty. The digital clock on the console seemed to take longer to roll each minute. 4:17 sat there like it had been carved into the plastic. 4:39 felt like a year. 5:12 looked wrong, like numbers drawn by a hand that trembled. The shift was supposed to end at 6. At 5:30, the morning crew usually began to trickle in, day shift guards with coffee breath, and the dazed look of men who had given up on sleeping in the dark. Lab techs shrugging out of hoodies. Admin staff with their badge lanyards already twisted around their fingers. There would be elevator pings, card swipes, the distant metallic clatter of lockers opening and closing. In Control 3, the first sign of that changeover was usually sound. Voices bleeding in from the hallway when someone forgot to pull the door all the way closed. A chuckle on the radio as the night crew started joking about breakfast. Tonight, this morning, none of that came. At 5:50, the cameras still showed an empty lobby, empty halls, empty everything. At 5:59, the building did something on its own. The overhead lights on level C shifted color. It was subtle, but I had spent enough hours under them to feel it. The cool, bluish nighttime setting warmed a fraction into a softer yellow. Day mode. It made the epoxy floors in the hall feeds look a little less like the inside of a morgue and more like the floor of a hospital. In the topside feeds, the horizon had gone from black to a dull, bluish gray. The floodlights looked washed out against it. A pale strip of morning laid itself along the low line of hills beyond the fence. The clock on the console rolled over 6 o'clock. I waited for the sound of a badge swipe outside the door, waited for the faint beep of the reader and the clunk of the magnetic lock disengaging, for the creak of the heavy door and someone's head poking in saying, "You're free, wash. Go home before you grow roots." Nothing. The radio remained empty. No Control 3 standby for relief. No Control 3 status. The building's engines hummed alive and indifferent. Somewhere above, the air handlers shifted to daytime settings. I could hear a faint change in the rush of air, like the facility was turning one side of its face toward the absent sun. 06:05. I told myself Green was late, that somebody had overslept, that the day shift truck had a flat. All normal human-scale problems. The kind of thing that ends with an apology and a bad joke, and you know how it is. 06:10. I stared at the door. There's a different kind of dread that comes when you realize the rules have fallen away. Not broken suggests you can sweep up the pieces. Fallen away suggests they were never attached to anything solid to begin with. By 06:15, my skin felt too tight. Every inch of me wanted out of that room. The standing orders were very clear: do not leave Control 3 until relieved. Maintain watch until someone with higher clearance tells you otherwise. Control 3 does not sit empty, but Control 3 had also just spent an entire night talking to itself. At 6:20, my hands made the decision for me. I logged one last entry in the book, 0620, no relief. Exiting Control 3 to locate supervisor. Then I stood up. The room seemed to tilt a little as I moved toward the door. The memory of the knocks hung around it like a smell. The metal handle was cool under my fingers, solid in a way that cameras and voices were not. "Okay," I said under my breath. "If this is a test, I'm failing it." I released the deadbolt, felt it slide back with a dull thunk. The magnetic lock gave a soft click as it disengaged. I pulled the door open. The hallway outside was empty. The change to day mode made everything look smaller. The wall's paint, some institutional off-white, had picked up a faint yellow cast. The floor, which at night caught and held the glare of the overhead lights, now seemed flatter, more matte. The exit sign down at the end glowed, its steady red, no smoke or scorch marks around it. I stepped over the threshold. The door eased shut behind me with a heavy thud, sealing Control 3 and its monitors away. Above my head, a camera dome watched. I looked up at it. For a second, I had the unhinged thought that I should wave just to see what happened, just to give whatever might be on the other side a live show. Instead, I stared at the little bubble of smoked plastic, trying to decide whether I was more afraid of being seen or not being seen at all. On the wall to my right, a small flat-screen monitor displayed a quad view of nearby cameras, for quick reference, see Hall 4 among them. I watched its tiny version of me step into frame, a half-second delay behind my real movements. I raised my hand and touched my face. The man on the screen did the same, fractionally late, like a bad dub. "Still me," I said. It did not sound convincing. The elevator at the end of the hall answered my call with its usual tired ding. The doors slid open empty. No day shift guard rubbing his eyes, no tech with a coffee cup clutched in both hands. Just a metal box waiting. I stepped in and hit the button for ground. The doors closed. The car jerked, then began to rise. The floor markings ticked by on the display. CB, 3B, 2B, 1A, 2A, 1G. My ears popped as we climbed. When the doors parted, I braced for noise, voices, footsteps, phones ringing at the front desk. Something. The lobby was silent. The reception counter was empty. No guard flipping through paperwork, no laminated, no cell phones beyond this point sign, propped crooked in front of a coffee cup. The racks of visitor badges on the wall sat untouched lanyards hanging limp. The big glass doors looking out over the parking lot let in a flood of pale morning light. Dust motes drifted in it, slowly scrolling downward. I walked up to the glass. The automatic sensor did not pick me up right away. It took a little shuffle of my feet before the doors slid open with a juddering hum, like they had been left idle for too long. Outside, the air hit me with the dry, cold slap of Nevada morning. The wind from the night before had died down, leaving the base eerily still. The parking lot was not empty, but it was wrong. A handful of white sedans sat parked in neat rows near the front fleet vehicles that could have belonged to anybody with a government contract. No pickup where Green usually parked. No sun-faded SUV that Mendez called his retirement plan with 4 bald tires. None of the random mix of personal cars and beaters that usually told you people were inside going about their day. The flagpole near the gate clanged softly as the rope slapped against the metal in the breeze. There was no flag on it. The surface cameras mounted on poles around the lot watched quietly, their smoked domes turned toward the empty asphalt. I half expected someone to burst out of the building behind me, demanding to know why I'd left my post. A supervisor, a contractor, anybody. No one did. I got into my car. The interior smelled like old coffee and dust, and the pine tree air freshener I had long ago stopped noticing. My hands shook when I put the key in the ignition. The engine turned over the sound, startlingly loud, in all that stillness. At the guard shack by the exit, no one waited. The little booth was dark, the computer screen inside turned off, the swivel chair pushed back from the desk. The barrier arm across the road was already raised, as if the day shift had come through and forgotten to lower it. I slowed anyway out of habit, glancing into the booth. No movement, no faces behind the tinted glass. Then I did something I had never done at any base in my life. I drove out, without checking out, without a wave, without a see you tomorrow. The facility shrank in the rearview mirror, a low beige scar on the edge of the desert. For a long time, the flagpole stayed visible, a thin line against the brightening sky, the rope still tapping out its lonely rhythm in the wind. No one called me on the radio. No sirens chased me down the access road. It felt less like I was leaving work and more like the building had quietly decided I did not belong in it anymore and had just for a few hours let me go. 5.2 HR email and silence. By the time I hit the outskirts of town, the sun was up high enough to make everything look more harmless than it had any right to. Gas stations, a Dollar General, a faded billboard for some roadside attraction that was probably just a room full of snakes and disappointment. My hands were still shaking on the wheel. I stopped at a four-way intersection on instinct. Even though there was not a single other car in sight, sat there with the blinker ticking, and had to remind myself what direction my apartment was in. The normal grid of streets felt fake, like a movie set someone had forgotten to strike. My building was a two-story block of beige stucco tucked behind a tire shop. The parking lot out front was already half full, beat-up pickups, an old Civic with a trash bag for a back window, my own sun-bleached sedan. A guy in a tank top and basketball shorts was smoking on the upstairs walkway phone in one hand, ash falling over the railing. When I got out of my car, he nodded like nothing in the world had gone wrong anywhere. "Long night," he called. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else, something like that. Inside, the familiar smell of old carpet, reheated food, and cheap cleaning supplies wrapped around me. My roommate was out. No game noise bleeding through his door, no thump of bass. Sunlight came weakly through the slats of the blinds in the living room, turning the dust in the air into little slow-motion storms. I went straight to the bathroom, turned the water as hot as the pipes would allow, and stood under it until my skin felt raw. The idea was to wash the facility off me, the recycled air, the fluorescent hum, the ghost touch of the knocks on the door. Instead, I stood there with my hands braced against the tile, watching the water circle the drain, and all I could picture was the way B-17's eyes had looked dead center into the camera. "If this is a psych break," I muttered to the wall, "it's got good production values." I got out dragged on clean sweats and made coffee I did not want. The clock on the microwave said 9:12 a.m. I had been awake for close to 24 hours, but my body rejected the idea of sleep on principle. Lying down felt too much like relinquishing control, and control felt like the only thing I had left. So I did what I always did after a night shift. Whether I meant to or not, I opened my laptop. The screen blinked to life, the fan whirring louder than it had any right to. Wi-Fi connected automatically. The familiar clutter of my desktop stared back at me, half-finished resumes, a spreadsheet budget I never stuck to, a folder labeled base paperwork that I had been too superstitious to open since getting the 14C job. My email icon had one new notification. Corporate domain, subject line access change, facility 14C heat, drained out of my face all at once. I clicked. The message was short, 6 lines tops. No greeting. No sign-off from an actual human being, just a title. Effective immediately, your access to Facility 14C has been suspended pending review. Do not attempt to enter the premises under any circumstances. Further instructions will be provided via this address. Site Personnel Administration. That was it. No explanation. No mention of this is about leaving your post or this is a routine clearance adjustment. Just a polite digital hand on my chest pushing me away from the door and refusing to say why. I read it 3 times. Suspended. Pending review. Do not attempt to enter. If this was discipline for walking out of Control 3 without relief, it was the fastest HR response in the history of any government-adjacent job. I had driven home maybe an hour before. Nobody had called. If they wanted to chew me out, they would have done it while I was still within range of their cameras. The word review sat there vague and menacing, like the polite version of, "We don't know what you are now." I hit reply before I really thought about it. Just got this. Left Control 3 at 0620 due to no relief. No contact from supervisors. Please confirm if this is related to that incident or another issue. I hovered over send for a second, then added, "Also are Mendez/Green/day shift." Okay, facility appeared empty on departure. I sent it. The little whoosh sound my laptop made felt insulting. Then I started calling. First Green's office number, the one printed on the orientation packet I had been given my first day. It rang twice, then a recorded message came on. Not his gruff voice, just a generic female system voice. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please check the number and try again. I hung up, checked the paper, dialed again. Same result. Next, Mendez. He'd given me his personal cell early on, a grumbled, only use it if something's really wrong, kid, or if you see my truck get towed. I had never used it. It rang, but it did not sound like a normal ring. There was a hollow quality to it, like the call was bouncing around inside a long metal tube. Then a recorded greeting kicked in. Neutral automated, no trace of him. The wireless customer you are calling is unavailable. Please try again later. No option to leave a voicemail. No, hey, this is Mendez. Leave a message. I stared at the phone screen, thumb hovering over call again, then put it down. The email I'd sent to HR sat in my outbox for exactly 10 seconds before flicking into sent. No bounce, no auto reply. I refreshed the inbox. Nothing. The apartment felt smaller by the second. The sound of the fridge compressor cycling on made me flinch. A car door slamming in the lot outside might as well have been a gunshot. By the time afternoon rolled in, I had paced grooves into the thin carpet between the couch and the kitchen counter. Sleep kept hovering around the edges of my vision, tempting. But every time my eyes drifted closed, I saw a white room, a gray face, a pair of black tunnel eyes. Around 3, I gave up, pretending I was going to lie down, and turned on the TV instead. I landed on a local news channel out of Vegas, the kind that runs stories about lost dogs and county budget meetings between ads for injury lawyers. A blonde anchor read off a teleprompter with that particular mix of concern and boredom you only get from people who have had to segue from house fires to county fairs without skipping a beat. And in other news, officials are investigating reports of an electrical fire near a restricted testing range north of Las Vegas, she said. No injuries have been reported at this time. Authorities say the incident poses no threat to the public. Over her shoulder, instead of footage, they played generic stock video of the desert heat shimmer over a 2-lane road, a chain-link fence with a no trespassing sign, a long shot of hills under a white sky. No facility, no flames, no 14C. No one ever says the names of places like that out loud on TV. She moved on to the next story so fast I almost missed it. Something about a high school fundraiser. The chyron at the bottom of the screen kept cycling, electrical fire near range. No injuries, officials monitoring. I glanced at the cable box clock, 3:16 p.m. Stupid. I heard the number in my head before I saw it. Before I could tell myself it was frying my circuits to pay attention to it, in the middle of the day, the minute flipped. 3:17. The TV picture hiccuped. Not a full blackout, not a lost signal. Just a single-frame freeze anchor, mid-blink mouth halfway through a word hand, hovering over her stack of papers. The colors went a shade paler, like someone had pulled the saturation down for a second, and then shoved it back up. The sound glitched too. Her voice reading whatever came after officials stretched. The words she was saying elongated consonants, smearing vowels drawn out into something that stopped being speech and started being tone. C-E. But it was not her voice holding that vowel. For maybe half a second, the tone under it shifted. The C kept going, but the timbre changed, and suddenly it was my throat making that sound. My breath, my mouth. That same stamp of familiarity that had been on "I see you" in the radio earlier now, pasted onto a single syllable pouring out of my TV. Then it snapped back. King to raise funds for the new athletic facility, the anchor finished perfectly normal. Coming up next, why health officials say this flu season could be worse than average. Her words fell back into place like nothing had happened. The picture sharpened. The crawl kept crawling. I sat there with the remote loose in my hand, muscles locked ears, straining for an echo that did not come. The clock still said 3:17. Okay, I said out loud, because silence felt too much like complicity. Noted. I picked up the notebook from the coffee table and added a new line under the list of 3:17s, 3:17 p.m. Local news. Brief video/audio freeze. Anchor's voice shifts to mine on C syllable. Back to normal immediately. The words looked ridiculous under fluorescent kitchen light. Just ink on paper. Nothing binding, nothing legally admissible. But they were the only record that for the second time in less than 24 hours, something had reached into a device in front of me and tried my voice on like a mask. The email from HR remained unopened. The phone stayed stubbornly quiet. Facility 14C was officially suspended pending review. Everything else, the cameras, the empty lobby, the sounds at the door, the way a local news anchor's mouth had moved while my voice came out, felt like it was on a different kind of suspension entirely. The kind where nobody tells you whether you are the one under investigation or you are the thing doing the haunting now. Woo. 3. First knock in the normal world suspension sounds temporary on paper. In real life, it just means no paycheck with extra syllables. After a couple of weeks of waiting for HR to review whatever they thought I had done, it became obvious that nobody from 14C was going to call. No follow-up email, no phone interview, no explanation. The only thing that showed up in my mailbox was regular junk and a power bill I could not ignore. So I did the thing people do when they do not have the luxury of falling apart. I looked for another job. Security experience plus prior military plus willingness to work nights is a decent combo on paper if you are not picky. Within a week, I had an offer out by Reno, a contract guard position at a distribution warehouse off one of the industrial exits. No clearance, no underground levels, no white rooms with things that did not blink. Just trucks, pallets, and people who cared more about shrinkage and copper theft than the shape of your nightmares. The place was exactly what you would picture if somebody said warehouse at the edge of Reno and then walked away. A long metal building squatting on a slab of cracked asphalt. Security lights mounted on tall poles washing everything in that flat sodium vapor yellow that makes midnight look like a perpetual late afternoon in hell. Rows of parked trailers along the fence line. A prefab office dropped next to the main loading dock like an afterthought, its metal steps creaking when you climbed them. Inside the office, my kingdom consisted of a battered desk, a rolling chair with one bad wheel, and a bank of analog cameras feeding into an old CRT monitor console. No fancy LCD wall here, just 4 thick-backed televisions stacked 2 by 2, each divided into 4 grainy black and white feeds. The image jittered and ghosted if a truck's CB radio got too close. The smell was different, at least. Instead of antiseptic and recycled air, I got dust, stale coffee cardboard, and whatever chemical they mopped the break room with. Night 1, I told myself this was my shot at normal. The routine felt comfortingly familiar, like a cheap replica of Control 3, with the serial numbers filed off. Check the front gate at the start of shift. Walk the perimeter once flashlight beam bouncing off chain link and truck chrome. Verify that the padlocks on the far side of the lot were snapped shut. Back in the office, I poured coffee out of a Mr. Coffee pot that had definitely been around since the Clinton administration. It tasted like burnt cardboard and despair, but it was hot, and it was free. I flipped through the cameras, front gate, loading docks, interior aisles between racks of boxed product. The only real difference between this and the base, other than the lack of classified nightmares, was that here, if someone showed up on a camera who was not supposed to be there, You called the cops and got to feel like a regular person doing a regular job. By 2:30 in the morning, I had almost convinced myself that everything that had happened at 14C could be filed under stress, lack of sleep, and the kind of place that breeds stories. Places like that are designed to make your brain fill in the blanks. This is boring, I told myself, watching a spider work its way across the upper corner of one camera's view. Boring is good. Around 10 to 3, I was leaning back in the chair boots planted on the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet, watching a grainy view of the truck bay. The overhead dock lights buzzed in the frame. A plastic bag danced in the wind across the asphalt. The CRT hummed its static, making a faint tick in the otherwise quiet office. The third cup of Mr. Coffee had settled into a jitter in my hands. I remember thinking how much the sodium vapor glow outside looked like bad footage from a true crime reenactment. Then someone knocked on the back door. 3 knocks. Same spacing, same weight. The sound came through the thin prefab wall with a dull thunk, then another, then another. It was softer than the bunker door at 14 degrees Celsius, but the rhythm was identical, like someone had recorded it and was playing it back on a different instrument. My body reacted before my brain could talk it down. My feet swung off the drawer chair, thumping forward. I half swiveled toward the door metal with a push bar and a warped window at eye level. Click. Reflex kicked a little too late. Check the camera, I muttered, more to myself than anything. There was a feed pointed right outside that door, cam 3 rear lot. I slapped the selector button and watched the CRT flick over. The camera's view showed the patch of cracked concrete outside the back steps, the line of dumpsters along the fence, the chain link stretching off toward the glow of the streetlights. The wind was up again, enough to rustle a few stray cardboard scraps and send an empty pallet leaning against the fence rocking. No one at the door, no truck, no headlights. Behind me, knuckles rapped on metal again. "Baby, it's me. Open the door." The voice went through me like someone had poured ice water straight into my spine. It was a woman's voice, a little worn around the edges by years and cigarettes, with that soft, south-leaning drawl I had grown up inside. The exact phrasing, the exact pitch, the way baby landed halfway between comfort and scolding, that was not generic. That was my mother, the way she sounded when I was 8 and had locked myself in my bedroom after a bad dream. When she stood on the other side of the door, knuckles rapping, saying, "Baby, it's me, open the door, you're okay." She had been dead for 5 years. My throat closed. Mom slipped out before I could stop it, small and stupid, in the yellow-lit office. On the monitor, cam 3 showed nothing but concrete and trash and wind. The timestamp in the corner read 02:57:49. A plastic bag hopped in place like it was tethered to something I could not see. The rational part of my brain went into overdrive, throwing explanations at the wall. Someone had looked up my file, found next of kin info, somehow recorded her voice, somehow mimicked it. Some junkie messing around with a Bluetooth speaker outside. A hallucination. An auditory glitch. The other part of my brain just knew it was her. The door shook slightly with the next set of knocks. "Baby." The voice was sharper now, still hers, but with the edge she used when I did not listen. "Open this door right now." I reached over and thumbed the deadbolt, making sure it was turned all the way. My hand shook so hard I almost missed. "Who's there?" I called, keeping my eyes on the CRT. "This is private property. You need to leave." Nobody moved on the screen. No shadow crossed the edge of the frame. The cameras hissed faintly with their own static. "Baby." It's cold. Softer now, coaxing. The kind of voice that could get you to open anything. "Why are you being ugly?" I backed the chair away from the door until it bumped the opposite wall. My heart was pounding in my throat so hard it felt like I'd swallowed it. I can see the camera, I said, knowing how crazy it sounded even as I said it. There's nobody there. For a long second, there was silence. The kind that balloons out, taking up all the space in a room. Then very quietly, with all the warmth stripped out of it, the voice said, "Suit yourself. No more knocks. No footsteps walking away. Just the hum of the CRT and the distant rumble of a semi on the highway half a mile off." I sat there until dawn, every creak of the prefab making my shoulders jump. By the time the first shift supervisor showed up at 6 jangling keys and yawning, I had convinced myself I'd fallen asleep for a second and dreamed it. That tired brains do weird things. That I was not in fact being followed from job to job by something that liked to wear the voices of people I loved. Still, when I got home after that first shift, I brought the warehouse's DVR export tool up in my mind over and over like a dare. It took until my second night there before curiosity outweighed terror. After my 2 a.m. round, when the lot was quiet and the forklifts were silent, I dug the little USB stick out of the desk drawer and pulled footage from Cam 3 for the previous night. The system was ancient. You had to drag a clunky cursor over the timeline and wait while the files compiled. I loaded the clip onto the office computer and queued it up. On screen, yesterday's version of the rear lot appeared all grain and ghosts. Timestamp 025000. I watched myself on another camera doing a perimeter walk, flashlight beam bobbing. Nothing special. When the playback reached 0257, I leaned closer. At 257:46, the concrete outside the door was empty. The dumpsters sat in their dented row. A scrap of cardboard fluttered and stilled. At 257:47, the image glitched, a single horizontal tear across the center of the frame, like the old VCR tapes my mom used to play on repeat. At 257:48, there was a person standing with their back pressed to the door. They filled the vertical center of the frame, head and shoulders, visible above the push-bar legs, slightly spread like they'd just stepped up. Hoodie jeans, sneakers. They were my height, my build. The hair sticking up slightly at the crown matched mine. On the back of the hoodie, I could see the peeling outline of a logo I recognized, because I owned it, the cheap tourist sweatshirt I had bought in Frankfurt years before, the one I'd been wearing under my jacket all week. In the next frame, 0257:49, the figure was gone. Just concrete again, just trash and wind. I rewound, stepped it frame by frame, empty, tear, me, not me, empty. It was like a stutter in reality. My hand went to the corner of the screen to check the camera label, more out of habit than suspicion. The overlay printed there by the system in stark white block letters should have read Cam 3 rear door. Instead, in that single frame where the figure stood, the tag blurred to something else. Faint, like it had been overlaid and then erased, but still legible if you knew what you were looking for. B17. Lev. Then on the next frame, it snapped back to Cam 3. I sat in that prefab office with the yellow light buzzing, the smell of old coffee in my nose, watching my own back press up against a door I knew damn well I had not opened. And in that moment, it was hard not to feel like I had never left Facility 14C at all. Like the room had simply decided it could save space by bringing its doors out into the world and using me as the hallway between them. 5.3 First knock in the normal world. Suspension sounds temporary on paper. In real life, it just means no paycheck with extra syllables. After a couple of weeks of waiting for HR to review whatever they thought I had done, it became obvious that nobody from 14C was going to call. No follow-up email, no phone interview, no explanation. The only thing that showed up in my mailbox was regular junk and a power bill I could not ignore. So I did the thing people do when they do not have the luxury of falling apart. I looked for another job. Security experience plus prior military, plus willingness to work nights is a decent combo on paper if you are not picky. Within a week, I had an offer out by Reno, a contract guard position, at a distribution warehouse off one of the industrial exits. No clearance, no underground levels, no white rooms with things that did not blink. Just trucks, pallets, and people who cared more about shrinkage and copper theft than the shape of your nightmares. The place was exactly what you would picture if somebody said warehouse at the edge of Reno and then walked away. A long metal building squatting on a slab of cracked asphalt. Security lights mounted on tall poles washing everything in that flat sodium vapor yellow that makes midnight look like a perpetual late afternoon in hell. Rows of parked trailers along the fence line. A prefab office dropped next to the main loading dock like an afterthought, its metal steps creaking when you climbed them. Inside the office, my kingdom consisted of a battered desk, a rolling chair with one bad wheel, and a bank of analog cameras feeding into an old CRT monitor console. No fancy LCD wall here, just 4 thick-backed televisions stacked 2 by 2, each divided into 4 grainy black and white feeds. The image jittered and ghosted if a truck's CB radio got too close. The smell was different, at least. Instead of antiseptic and recycled air, I got dust, stale coffee cardboard, and whatever chemical they mopped the break room with. Night 1, I told myself this was my shot at normal. The routine felt comfortingly familiar, like a cheap replica of Control 3 with the serial numbers filed off. Check the front gate at the start of shift. Walk the perimeter once flashlight beam bouncing off chain link and truck chrome. Verify that the padlocks on the far side of the lot were snapped shut. Back in the office, I poured coffee out of a Mr. coffee pot that had definitely been around since the Clinton administration. It tasted like burnt cardboard and despair, but it was hot and it was free. I flipped through the camera's front gate, loading dock's interior aisles between racks of boxed product. The only real difference between this and the base, other than the lack of classified nightmares, was that here, if someone showed up on a camera who was not supposed to be there, you called the cops and got to feel like a regular person doing a regular job. By 2:30 in the morning, I had almost convinced myself that everything that had happened at 14C could be filed under stress, lack of sleep, and the kind of place that breeds stories. Places like that are designed to make your brain fill in the blanks. This is boring, I told myself, watching a spider work its way across the upper corner of one camera's view. Boring is good. Around 10 to 3, I was leaning back in the chair boots, planted on the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet, watching a grainy view of the truck bay. The overhead dock lights buzzed in the frame. A plastic bag danced in the wind across the asphalt. The CRT hummed its static, making a faint tick in the otherwise quiet office. The third cup of Mr. Coffee had settled into a jitter in my hands. I remember thinking how much the sodium vapor glow outside looked like bad footage from a true crime reenactment. Then someone knocked on the back door. 3 knocks. Same spacing, same weight. The sound came through the thin prefab wall with a dull thunk, then another, then another. It was softer than the bunker door at 14 degrees Celsius, but the rhythm was identical, like someone had recorded it and was playing it back on a different instrument. My body reacted before my brain could talk it down. My feet swung off the drawer chair, thumping forward. I half swiveled toward the door metal with a push bar and a warped window at eye level. Click. Reflex kicked a little too late. Check the camera, I muttered more to myself than anything. There was a feed pointed right outside that door, Cam 3 rear lot. I slapped the selector button and watched the CRT flick over. The camera's view showed the patch of cracked concrete outside the back steps, the line of dumpsters along the fence, the chain link stretching off toward the glow of the streetlights. The wind was up again enough to rustle a few stray cardboard scraps and send an empty pallet leaning against the fence rocking. No one at the door. No truck. No headlights. Behind me, knuckles rapped on metal again. "Baby, it's me. Open the door." The voice went through me like someone had poured ice water straight into my spine. It was a woman's voice, a little worn around the edges by years and cigarettes, with that soft, south-leaning drawl I had grown up inside. The exact phrasing, the exact pitch, the way baby landed halfway between comfort and scolding, that was not generic. That was my mother, the way she sounded when I was 8, and had locked myself in my bedroom after a bad dream. When she stood on the other side of the door, knuckles rapping, saying, "Baby, it's me, open the door, you're okay." She had been dead for 5 years. My throat closed. Mom slipped out before I could stop it, small and stupid, in the yellow-lit office. On the monitor, Cam 3 showed nothing but concrete and trash and wind. The timestamp in the corner read 02:57:49. A plastic bag hopped in place like it was tethered to something I could not see. The rational part of my brain went into overdrive, throwing explanations at the wall. Someone had looked up my file, found next of kin info, somehow recorded her voice, somehow mimicked it. Some junkie messing around with a Bluetooth speaker outside. A hallucination, an auditory glitch. The other part of my brain just knew it was her. The door shook slightly with the next set of knocks. "Baby." The voice was sharper now, still hers, but with the edge she used when I did not listen. "Open this door right now." I reached over and thumbed the deadbolt, making sure it was turned all the way. My hand shook so hard I almost missed. "Who's there?" I called, keeping my eyes on the CRT. "This is private property. You need to leave." Nobody moved on the screen. No shadow crossed the edge of the frame. The cameras hissed faintly with their own static. "Baby, it's cold." Softer now, coaxing. The kind of voice that could get you to open anything. "Why are you being ugly?" I backed the chair away from the door until it bumped the opposite wall. My heart was pounding in my throat so hard, it felt like I'd swallowed it. "I can see the camera," I said, knowing how crazy it sounded, even as I said it. "There's nobody there." For a long second, there was silence. The kind that balloons out, taking up all the space in a room. Then very quietly, with all the warmth stripped out of it, the voice said, "Suit yourself." No more knocks. No footsteps walking away. Just the hum of the CRT and the distant rumble of a semi on the highway half a mile off. I sat there until dawn, every creak of the prefab making my shoulders jump. By the time the first shift supervisor showed up at 6 jangling keys and yawning, I had convinced myself I'd fallen asleep for a second and dreamed it. That tired brains do weird things. That I was not in fact being followed from job to job by something that liked to wear the voices of people I loved. Still, when I got home after that first shift, I brought the warehouse's DVR export tool up in my mind over and over like a dare. It took until my second night there before curiosity outweighed terror. After my 2 a.m. round, when the lot was quiet and the forklifts were silent, I dug the little USB stick out of the desk drawer and pulled footage from Cam 3 for the previous night. The system was ancient. You had to drag a clunky cursor over the timeline and wait while the files compiled. I loaded the clip onto the office computer and queued it up. On screen, yesterday's version of the rear lot appeared all grain and ghosts. Timestamp 025000. I watched myself on another camera doing a perimeter walk, flashlight beam bobbing. Nothing special. When the playback reached 2:57, I leaned closer. At 2:57:46, the concrete outside the door was empty. The dumpsters sat in their dented row. A scrap of cardboard fluttered and stilled. At 02:57:47, the image glitched a single horizontal tear across the center of the frame, like the old VCR tapes my mom used to play on repeat. At 2:57:48, there was a person standing with their back pressed to the door. They filled the vertical center of the frame, head and shoulders visible above the push bar, legs slightly spread like they'd just stepped up. Hoodie jeans, sneakers, they were my height, my build. The hair sticking up slightly at the crown matched mine. On the back of the hoodie, I could see the peeling outline of a logo I recognized, because I owned it, the cheap tourist sweatshirt I had bought in Frankfurt years before the one I'd been wearing under my jacket all week. In the next frame, 02:57:49, the figure was gone. Just concrete again, just trash and wind. I rewound, stepped it frame by frame, empty, tear, me, not me, empty. It was like a stutter in reality. My hand went to the corner of the screen to check the camera label, more out of habit than suspicion. The overlay printed there by the system in stark white block letters should have read Cam 3, rear door. Instead, in that single frame where the figure stood, the tag blurred to something else, faint like it had been overlaid and then erased, but still legible if you knew what you were looking for. B17, live. Then, on the next frame, it snapped back to Cam 3. I sat in that prefab office with the yellow light buzzing, the smell of old coffee in my nose, watching my own back press up against a door I knew damn well I had not opened. And in that moment, it was hard not to feel like I had never left Facility 14C at all, like the room had simply decided it could save space by bringing its doors out into the world and using me as the hallway between them. 6.2. Trying to understand. There is a point where being scared stops being enough, and your brain demands a different job. Mine decided its new job was research. I knew it was pointless, even as I started. Places like Facility 14C are built to vanish. They exist in NDA clauses and line items not on Google Maps. Still, one Tuesday afternoon, with the blinds half closed against the Nevada sun and a lukewarm energy drink sweating on the table, I opened my laptop and tried to drag what had happened to me into the part of the world that has search bars. First query, Facility 14C, Nevada security. The results were exactly what you'd expect: an HVAC company, a warehousing outfit in Henderson, some municipal Facility 14 that was just a water treatment plant. Nothing with a C after it. Nothing that matched the coordinates in my head. I got more specific. 14C underground control room, Nevada B17 level B experiment door. After that, the search results got weirder, but not in a helpful way. Conspiracy forums. Grainy Area 51 worker tells all videos with 10-minute intros, begging you to like and subscribe. Lists of forbidden tunnels under the desert compiled by guys whose avatars were skulls smoking cigarettes. I clicked a few anyway. Most of it was junk recycled creepypasta, copied whistleblower stories, the same 3 blurry photos of chain link and hills. Nobody talked about a Level C, a Control 2 AB-17 with a bed in the middle of a white room. Nobody mentioned the exact minute that keeps folding itself into my days. The contractor that had technically hired me had a name so bland it sounded fake: Northline Protective Services, LLC. My first day packet had their logo on it, Blue Shield Eagle, the works. I typed their name into the bar. The corporate website still came up, but it was a corpse. White background, generic. This domain has expired text with an option to renew now. A cached version showed a half-finished page, your trusted partner in government facility protection, lorem ipsum, where the testimonials should have been a contact link that redirected to nowhere. Whatever they were, they had not bothered to exist on the open internet anymore. Everybody I could have reasonably called was gone behind disconnected numbers and dead email addresses. Green's office line still gave me that not in service message. Mendez's cell still dumped me into the void. HR never wrote back. The notebook on my table grew heavier with each new 317 entry. It felt like ballast, like something holding me to a pattern I did not want to admit I was part of. Desperation does something to your thresholds. Things that would have sounded insane a year before suddenly become options. One night, too wired to sleep and too exhausted to think straight, I found myself on a forum I hadn't visited since my early Air Force days, one of those for current and former security/military/contractors boards that lives 3 search pages deep under a layer of disclaimers and in-jokes. Most of the posts were what you'd expect, gripes about pay arguments, about plate carriers, war stories. But there was a subboard I'd never seen before buried halfway down ODD posts. Weird jobs, weirder places. The description under it said, "For the stuff you can't put on a resume." Late at night, that felt like an invitation. I made a throwaway account, picked a username I'd never used anywhere else, and typed out the bare minimum of the story. No real names, no hard details. Just anyone here ever worked a control room in an underground facility where the cameras glitch around the same time every night and the room you're watching starts. Calling you not talking ghosts, talking project. Then I closed the tab and told myself I'd delete it in the morning. By the next day, it had one reply, user old control 2. Yeah. That was all. Just yeah. They had DMs turned on. I stared at their name for a long time before I clicked. My fingers hovered over the keys. The impulse to slam the laptop shut warred with the need to know if I was not the only one whose life had been reprogrammed by a door. I typed Control 3 here. Nevada. Company went dark. What did you have? The 3 dots popped up almost immediately, little gray pulses of another human being on the other side of the planet. We called it Control 2, Midwest, not Nevada. Same kind of setup though. Underground layers, lettered levels. One room on B we were told to log but not think about. My mouth went dry. White room, I wrote. Single bed, middle door, status, overlay, no audio, no one goes in. The reply came back fast. Bingo. Only our overlay said B-01 back then. They moved these things around. I had to stand up and pace the kitchen. The hum of the fridge felt too loud. I came back, sat down, and typed, "What is it?" There was a longer pause that time. Long enough that I thought he'd ghosted me. Then it's not a prisoner. It's not even really a he. It's a project. Cognitive hazard, non-local comms, whatever buzzword you like. Their line was something like exploring post-radio human-machine interfaces. My line was, I don't get paid enough to be inside this signal. I read that twice. Non-local comms, I wrote. Like telepathy. Like phone calls that don't need cables or towers and don't care about distance. They care about attention. They care about patterns. I could feel my pulse crawling up the back of my neck. Explain, I typed. You watch the room long enough, it learns you. That was the part nobody put on the slides. Not just your face. It picks up the way you breathe, the cadence when you talk into the radio, how you tap the desk when you're bored, which minute you always check the time. Once it has enough of your pattern, it doesn't need the building anymore. It just needs doors and recordings. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. The little notebook on my table might as well have been screaming. What does it do with the pattern you're telling me you don't know? If I'd been in a brighter mood, I might have laughed. I get knocks, I wrote. 3 at a time. 317. Different doors. Voices of people I know. Sometimes mine. The reply came back so quickly, it must have been pre-typed. Yeah, it got you. I sat there staring at those 4 words. The apartment walls felt closer than they had a second before. Got me how you don't pick up a phone when it rings, he wrote. Same thing. You're the handset now. It's just testing the line, seeing what doors answer back. The facility is training wheels. After a while, it realizes doors are everywhere. I swallowed hard. I could feel my heartbeat in my tongue. How do you know all this? Because I did your job 10 years ago, he wrote. Control 2. Different bed, same idea. I made the mistake of trying to isolate the knocks. Recorded them. Ran them through filters. Thought if I could see them on a spectrogram, they'd be less scary. Thought data made it art instead of an attack. Did it help? No, he wrote. It made it worse. Another pause. When he came back, the tone of the messages shifted like he'd leaned closer to the keyboard. Listen carefully, he wrote. Whatever you do, don't send anyone audio of the knocks. Don't play it for friends to prove it. Don't upload it, don't attach it to emails. That's how it spreads. It doesn't just ride on cameras. It likes recordings. Easiest way past the front door of somebody else's head. I read that a few times before my brain let it fully land. My eyes slid across the room to the external hard drive plugged into my laptop's USB port. Little blue LED blinking patiently. 2 weeks after leaving 14C on one of those nights when I'd convinced myself this was all stress and I needed evidence, I had propped my phone on the Control 3 desk and hit record around 3:10 a.m. I remembered sitting there pretending not to look at the door, telling myself that if nothing happened, I could file it under paranoia and go back to living in a world with edges. At 3:17, the building had obliged me. 3 knocks. Soft, persuasive. A voice through the metal saying my name in my own voice. I had saved that file, copied it off my phone, named it something like door_test_3-17.wav and tucked it into a folder on the drive. I had even thought more than once about emailing it to someone, an old squad mate, a guy I knew who loved paranormal podcasts. Hey, check this out. Tell me I'm not crazy. The only reason I hadn't was because shame has a longer half-life than curiosity. Now sitting there with old Control 2's warning on the screen, that little blue LED looked like an eye. What if I already have some audio saved? I typed, fingers stiff. Just for me. Never sent it to anyone. There was a longer gap before he responded. When his reply appeared, it was shorter than I wanted it to be. Then don't hit play again, he wrote. And pray nobody ever finds a way to. My mouth went dry. What happened to your facility? I asked. To you, the dots blinked. Stopped. Blinked again. Control 2 got sealed, he wrote finally. They poured concrete into the stairwells. Called it decommissioned. We both know that's a joke. You can't shut down a frequency by closing the room it was first tuned in. You just pretend the receiver is gone and hope it stops calling. And I moved, he wrote. Twice. Changed jobs. Threw away every device I thought it might be using. Didn't matter. You still get the knocks. You already know the answer, he wrote. You're on this forum talking to me instead of sleeping. The cursor blinked in the chat box, waiting for my next question. On the other side of my apartment door, the hallway was quiet. The microwave clock said 11:42 p.m. The notebook lay open, the last line reading, "It used to be B17, live." I did not type anything else to old Control 2 for a long time. Instead, I ejected the hard drive with hands that would not stop shaking. The little blue LED went dark. I pulled the cord and set the plastic brick on the table, staring at it like it might start knocking back. I did not erase the file. I told myself I would later, when my heart was not pounding in my ears, when I was less tired, when I was less superstitious about what hitting delete might count as whether to something that lived in recordings and doors that would feel like an ending or an invitation. 6.3. The frame inside the frame. It was almost comforting how normal the call-out sounded. False alarm on Bay 3 last night, the warehouse supervisor said, leaning into the prefab office. Walk through the footage, make sure I don't have kids joyriding on forklifts. If it's nothing, log it. Normal worlds have false alarms. Motion sensors glitch. Wind rattles doors. Cats exist. It was the kind of thing that made me feel like I still lived in that world, at least part-time. It happened on a Tuesday sometime after midnight. The air in the office had that stale, cooled, too long feel. My coffee had gone from bad to undrinkable. The CRT stack hummed quietly, throwing soft light on the scuffed linoleum. I queued up the DVR software on the office PC, pulled the time block they'd flagged, 0132 to 0145. Camera views tiled across the screen truck bay fence line interior aisles, the little angle on my own office door. Bay 3's sensor had tripped at 0138. I zoomed into that feed, watched an empty loading dock sit there while the timestamp crawled forward. No people, no trucks, just a plastic pallet tilt slightly and fall back like it had changed its mind about moving. Wind, I thought. Or a mouse in the wrong place at the wrong second. I logged no suspicious activity in the incident report, just like a normal guard with a normal job, and kept scrubbing through the night. The habit came from 14C: if something weird happens on one camera, check the others. Make sure reality didn't glitch somewhere you weren't looking. Around 2:15, I flipped to the office interior camera. It was aimed at the place I was sitting now, the desk, the chair, the door to the hallway. Old fluorescent fixture in the ceiling humming just out of frame, casting that familiar, sickly light. A metal filing cabinet with a drawer that never closed all the way. On playback, the room was empty. I watched the ghost of last night's air, nothing but a few floating dust particles spiraling lazily. Timestamp in the corner, 2:16:58, 59, 2:17:00. For a single frame, the picture changed. The prefab office vanished. In its place was a white room. Not white like paint. White like someone had poured light into a box and smoothed it flat. The walls were featureless. The corners were too sharp. The floor reflected a little, just enough to make everything look unreal, like it was being rendered in real time. No filing cabinet, no desk, no door. A metal bed sat bolted to the floor in the background, dead center. I would have known that bed anywhere. Silver rails, squared off corners, shadow underneath, like a mouth half open. B17. Closer to the camera, directly under where a lens would be mounted, there was a chair. Folding metal, the kind that pinches your fingers if you are not careful. Someone sat in it. At first, my brain tried to file him under anonymous subject. Just a man in a gray jumpsuit, head tilted up. Then the details started to land. The slope of the shoulders, the set of the jaw, the way the hair went a little wild at the crown, like the person in the chair had run his hands through it one too many times. The deep set of the eyes. It was me. Not exactly the way I looked in the warehouse break room mirrors. Older, maybe. Harder. The jumpsuit he wore was a flat, institutional gray, no logo, no name tag, just a zipper straight down the front. Dark circles pooled under his eyes like sleep had become a rumor a long time ago. He was staring straight up into the lens. There was an overlay in the top corner. Not Cam 4, Office like it should have been. B17, Live my hand jerked on the mouse. The timeline jumped forward, then backward. I scrubbed back and forth around 0217 heart tripping over itself. 021659, empty prefab office. 021700, white room bed metal chair me in gray looking up. 021701, back to the office. Same empty desk, same humming light. One frame, 1/30th of a second, maybe less. Enough for my brain to lock onto. I exported that segment of footage to a USB without thinking, named the file something like cam_office_0217.mp4 with hands that barely hit the right keys. I opened it in a player that let me step frame by frame. Click. Office. Click. White room. Click. Office again. I paused on the middle, zoomed in until the pixels started to break apart into blocks. The more I blew it up, the less there was to see, just stair-stepped edges where my face should be the wash of the light, flattening everything out. But no matter how abstract it got, I still saw my own expression in there. Not fear, not anger, just a kind of tired awareness. Like the version of me in that frame knew exactly where the camera was and had been waiting a long time for me to finally look at him. The eyes were what pinned me. Even under the zoom, even under the compression artifacts, they were pointed dead center at the lens. Not at the room around it, not at the floor, at the camera, which in this case meant at me. I only realized the audio was playing when it stopped. The original clip's soundtrack was nothing, just the distant rumble of a refrigeration unit, the faint hiss of the office vent. I had the volume turned low, white noise to my own breathing. As I stepped onto the B17 frame and froze it, that background hum dipped out. For a second, there was absolute digital silence. Then, from somewhere between the channels, 3 tiny knocks slid into the waveform. They were quiet enough that if I hadn't been leaning forward, headphones pressed tight, I might have missed them. Not on metal, not on wood, more like someone rapping gently on the inside of the headphones themselves. Left ear cock, right ear cock, both at once near the center of my skull cock. My vision narrowed. The office in front of me blurred. All that was sharp was that frozen frame on the screen and the idea that something had just knocked from inside the recording I was staring at. I ripped the headphones off so fast the cord snapped against the desk. They swung from the edge for a second, then fell to the floor. The little player window sat there innocently, with the time code paused on 0000XX frame of the white room staring back. My reflection floated faintly overlaid on top in the glass of the monitor. For a heartbeat, the double image, my present face and the older gray-suited version under it, lined up close enough that I had to blink to separate them. I hit stop. Close. Eject. The USB drive's icon disappeared from the desktop. I yanked it out hard enough that the plastic creaked and dropped it into the desk drawer like it was hot. The mouse cable rattled. The CRT stack kept humming unconcerned. The office air felt wrong, thinner, like the room had been opened on one side, and I just hadn't found the draft yet. My phone buzzed on the desk, making me jump. A new message notification from the anonymous forum app. Old Control 2, you still there? My fingers hesitated for a second. Then I typed back, just saw something in footage. Office cam cut to B17 for one frame. Me in the room, jumpsuit. Overlay said B17, live. The 3 dots blinked, stopped, blinked again. The reply was only one sentence. If you're seeing yourself in there, it's probably already done. I stared at those words until the letters started to swim. Done, I typed. Done what? What does that mean? No response. I clicked his username. The profile page that had been there post-history, join date, the little generic avatar, now showed a blunt gray banner. User not found, no posts. No DMs, no trace. In the tiny office under the hum of old fluorescents and the sodium glow bleeding in through the blinds, I sat alone between a camera that had just reminded me where I came from and a door that was starting to sound less like an exit and more like the other side of a screen. 7:1. Tonight's setup. The last shift at home. Right now, it's 2:32 in the morning, and my apartment feels more like a post than a place I live in. I'm on the second floor of a 2-story building behind a grocery store, one of those chain supermarkets that never really sleeps. If I look out through the warped blinds over the sink, I can see the parking lot lights bleeding white into the dark, hitting the tops of minivans and old sedans. Every so often, a car alarm gives a half-hearted chirp as someone hits their key fob and the red tail lights blink like eyes opening and closing. The TV is off. I unplugged it an hour ago. The only light in here is the small one over the sink, and even that is trying to quit. The bulb has this little tick to it, a soft, irregular flicker that makes the chrome faucet flash in and out of existence. The rest of the kitchen is shadow with edges. My laptop is on the table by the microwave lid, bent back as far as it will go without snapping. The screen's glow paints the chipped laminate and the cold mug of coffee next to it in the same color as hospital hallways. The modem on the floor by the wall blinks a steady green and orange like it is breathing slow and calm while I am not. My phone is face down on the table, black case, no notification light. I don't want to see the time creep minute by minute, but I also can't quite stand the idea of turning it off. That little rectangle has become the closest thing I have to a panic button, even though every number I used to hit in an emergency now goes to nowhere. Somewhere out in the hallway beyond my front door, someone's shoes squeak against the old carpet. I can hear the faint swish of fabric, the wet cough of the guy at the far end of the hall who always smokes on the stairwell. The elevator at the other end of the building gives a tired ding as it opens, then answers itself with a heavier thunk as the doors close again. I used to fall asleep to these sounds, Now I catalog them, filing them under normal, so I know what doesn't belong when it arrives. You probably know this already if you're hearing my voice instead of reading my words. But for the record, this is not being spoken live. I am typing everything out first, and if you're listening to it on somebody's horror channel, it means I got desperate enough to read it into a microphone and hit send. I'm not telling you this to warn you. That would imply I think you can avoid what I'm in the middle of. I don't. Honestly, I just want someone else to know what 317 sounds like before it decides to knock on your door instead of mine. After the frame in the warehouse, the one where my office camera blinked and showed me sitting in B17, I lasted exactly 3 more shifts out there. It wasn't that anything dramatic happened. No alien, no shadow man in the aisles. Just the sense that the cameras weren't really mine anymore, that they were testing me, seeing how long it would take before I saw myself again. On the 4th night, it was a small thing that broke me. I was watching the rear lot on the old CRT when at 3:17 the timestamp glitched, and for a single second read B17, live in the corner instead of cam 3. No white room this time. Just my truck sitting under yellow light. I turned in my badge the next morning, The supervisor gave me a look like he'd seen this before, guards who drank too much, who cracked, who found better pay. I mumbled something about family out of state. He did not argue. Since then, I've been living off temp work and odd jobs, day shifts where I can, stocking shelves, doing inventory, helping a guy I know from the gym with his moving business. Anything that does not involve sitting alone in front of cameras or doors with badge readers. It doesn't help. The knocks didn't stay on job sites. They followed me home more aggressively, like I'd taken away their favorite toy, and they were making a point. At first, it was just the front door, 3 knocks, always 3 at 3:17 a.m. Or if the night wanted to get cute, 3:17 p.m. while I was folding laundry or brushing my teeth. Then it diversified. One night I woke up because the closet door in my bedroom shuddered like someone had leaned their weight against it from the inside. 3 dull thumps, thunk, 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 right at head level. My first idiotic thought was that a mouse had somehow grown hands. Then a voice pushed through the cheap wood, soft and annoyed, using my name the way my ex did when I forgot something important. "Come on, open up." The camera on my phone said 3:17. Another time in the kitchen, the balcony door rattled in its frame without any wind outside. 3 sharp knocks right on the glass, the sound traveling down the metal track and into my bones. When I checked carefully, peeling back the blinds, just enough to see the balcony was empty. No feet in the snow dusting the concrete. No shadow. Just the parking lot's glow bouncing off the sliding door. The worst somehow was the fridge. I don't know why that one felt more personal. Maybe because it's such an ordinary thing, a square of white humming away in its corner, keeping milk and leftovers from turning on you overnight. I was standing at the sink, rinsing a plate when the compressor kicked off, and the apartment dropped into that thick, padded silence there usually is right before the AC kicks in. In that heartbeat of quiet, 3 soft thumps came from inside the fridge door, not from the shelves or the bottles in it, but from the door itself, like something had wrapped its knuckles on the inner plastic. Each knock made the magnet with my landlord's number on it jump. I stood there, water running, hand frozen on the plate, listening to the space where food and cold air live, trying not to imagine opening it and seeing a white wall and a bed instead of condiments. The clock on the stove said 3:17. It escalates like that. Not in a straight line, not every night, but enough to make patterns in my notebook. Enough that I started counting the quiet nights as the aberrations. Which brings us back here, to now. To me, sitting in this kitchen, sweating into a t-shirt, even though the apartment is cold, typing this with my back to the hallway, because I refuse to face the front door directly. There is something about tonight that feels different. Not louder, not more dramatic, just sharper, like the edges of the world have been sanded down everywhere except right around my name. I can hear the supermarket's overnight crew rolling carts around outside, the distant rattle and slam of pallets, the occasional beep of something backing up in the loading dock. Someone in the apartment above mine drops what sounds like a heavy pan. It hits the floor with a deep clank, followed by a muffled curse. Normal sounds. Inside my own 4 walls, it's quieter than it should be. The fridge hums, then cuts off. The bulb over the sink gives a little buzz and flicker, as if it's thinking about joining whatever side of this I'm not on. On the laptop screen, the document I've been filling with all of this has grown long enough that the scroll bar looks tiny. At the top, the first line sits like a loaded gun. If you're hearing this on some horror channel, it means I finally hit send. I wrote that weeks ago, trying to make a joke out of something that scared me. Now it feels more like a contract. The idea is simple if I can get this out of my head and into a file. If I can throw it into that stream of stories you put on while you do the dishes or drive home from work, maybe it will become just another voice in the noise. Maybe the thing that learned my pattern will get bored. Maybe it will go looking for someone whose door actually opens. I know that's not how this works. If I believed what old Control 2 told me, that once you're seeing yourself in the frame, it's already done, then this is just narration on a tape somebody else will listen to after the fact. But right now, tonight, this is all I have: a kitchen table, a blinking cursor, and a clock that says I have about 40 minutes left before the minute that matters rolls around again. So I'm going to keep typing. I'm going to keep talking to you like you are sitting across from me, with your own late-night noises in the background in your own house that you trust more than you should. I'm going to tell you what it sounds like when something that lives in cameras and doors decides it knows your name well enough to use it properly. And if the sound cuts out while you are listening, if just for a second, the room around you goes very quiet, and you hear 3 small knocks from the wrong side of whatever you are sitting near, well, at least you'll recognize the pattern. 7.2. The ongoing knock and the decision. The cursor is about 3 lines ahead of where my eyes are when it starts. I'm hunched over the laptop, fingers cramping, trying to get this all down before the clock rolls over. And for a second, I actually forget about the time. That's the funny part. For weeks, I've been orbiting 317 like a planet stuck in a bad gravity. Well, in the one night where it really matters, I'm so focused on tying the story together that I let my guard slip. You're probably sitting there, earbuds in, or speakers low, listening to some narrator read this in that calm, late-night voice they use. So let me stitch you into the room with me, because you're part of this, whether you like it or not. The microwave clock says 3:12 a.m. in dull green numbers. I checked it a minute ago and told myself I had time. The light over the sink is still flickering, throwing a little halo on the faucet, each dim, bright, dim cycle out of sync with my heartbeat. The fridge hums. The modem blinks. The hallway outside my door is quiet. Even the smoker down the hall seems to have called it a night. On the screen in front of me is the sentence I just typed. I'm going to tell you what it sounds like when something that lives in cameras and doors decides it knows your name well enough to use it properly. My hands hover over the keys, trying to figure out what comes next. For once, the notebook is closed. Everything is going straight into this file, like channeling all of it into a single funnel. Something in the air shifts. It's small at first. The fridge kicks off, and the silence that follows doesn't feel like an absence. It feels like the room tightening its seatbelt. The hum of the fluorescent light above the sink drops half a register. I didn't realize lights could sound anticipatory, but it's the same sense you get right before a thunderclap, a pressure that doesn't seem to have anywhere to go. The microwave clock clicks as the minute changes. 3:13. I keep typing. I tell myself that if I keep my eyes on the screen, if I keep talking to you, I can thread the needle between ignoring this and acknowledging it. That maybe this is how you sidestep an attention-based hazard, you give it something to listen to. I get exactly half a sentence out before I hear it. 3 soft knocks on the front door. They are not loud. They do not rattle the frame or shake the pictures on the wall. If you were watching this as security footage, you might file them under unidentified noise and move on. But from where I sit at this table, I can feel them travel. The sound starts out there in the hallway, flesh on hollow core wood. Then it comes through the paint and the cheap veneer down the studs of the wall across the floorboards that connect the door to the legs of my chair. It arrives in my spine at almost the same time it reaches my ears. Cock, cock, cock. I don't look at the clock. I don't need to. For a second, there's nothing else. The supermarket outside could be burning down and I wouldn't hear it. Whatever show my upstairs neighbor fell asleep to could be blasting canned laughter, and it would be muted to a flat line. All the sound in the world has been shoved to the edges to make space for that simple pattern, 3 knocks evenly spaced, polite enough to seem harmless, confident enough to know they're not. Wash. The voice that comes through the door first is tired, gravelly, a little annoyed, like the speaker has been dealing with my questions for too many shifts in a row. Wash, don't be stupid. Mendez. He hits my name on the same beat he always used, to slight emphasis on the end, like he's making sure it lands. If not for the fact that his number has been a deadline for months, if not for the fact that I watched his parking space at 14C stay empty for 3 straight weeks, I could almost believe he was out there leaning one hand on the jam coffee in the other, waiting for me to crack the door. I stare at the laptop screen instead. My fingers move almost without my permission. It's knocking right now. 3 times. Just like I told you it would. The next set of knocks is a little softer, closer together. Baby. My mother's voice leaks through the wood like water. Older than the last time I heard it when she was alive. More fragile. There's a little shake on the second syllable of baby that she only got when she'd been crying in the next room and thought I didn't hear. Baby, why won't you open the door for me? My throat closes. Logic lines up its arguments neat and useless. She's gone, the hallway is empty. The peephole shows nothing but dim carpet and chipped paint. But logic doesn't live where that voice does. That voice lives in Sunday afternoons, and the smell of laundry detergent, and the way her shadow used to fill my bedroom doorway when I was too scared of the dark to fall asleep. I stand up. I don't remember making the decision to, but my knees unlock and I'm on my feet, the chair scraping the floor in a sound that feels too loud. I pick up the laptop with both hands like a shield. The cord jerks out of the wall and dangles, swinging with my steps. Don't do that, I say out loud. I'm not sure if I'm talking to the door, the voices, or you. Don't use her. The apartment is about 12 steps long, give or take, from the kitchen table to the front door. I know because I have paced those steps a lot. Tonight, every one of them feels like a rung on a ladder down to somewhere I have been trying not to go back to. I don't look at the peephole. I focus on the wood grain instead, the cheap vertical lines in the panel, the little half-moon stain down near the floor where somebody once tried to drag a bicycle indoor. The metal of the deadbolt gleams dull under the hallway's anemic light, bleeding in around the frame. I can feel the laptop's heat against my forearms fan whirring a little harder, like it's starting to understand the stakes. The document window jumps slightly with each step cursor blinking in the middle of that last line, waiting for an ending. Wash. Now it's my own voice. Not exactly, though. Imagine taking a sentence of yours and playing it back 6 times over itself, each one off by a fraction of a second. That's what it sounds like, layers of me all saying the same thing, not quite in sync. The result is wrong in a way I can feel in my teeth. Open up, man. It's you. There's a laugh on the end of that man that I don't recognize, like it's delighted at its own cleverness, like it thinks this is the part where I finally get the joke. Here's the problem. It's not wrong. If I unlatch the deadbolt, if I twist that cheap metal knob and let the door swing in, whatever is on the other side is not going to be some rotting thing with claws. It's not going to be the gray shape from a sci-fi thumbnail. It's not going to be anything I can file under monster and distance myself from. What I am afraid of, what has been keeping my hands off every handle between here and every knock for months, is that when I open the door, I'm going to see myself. Not in the metaphorical way. Literally. I'm going to see the version of me that sat in that gray jumpsuit under B-17's camera, the one in that single frame looking up. I'm going to see the way his eyes didn't look scared or surprised, just resigned, like he'd been waiting for this loop to close. And if I see him, if I see me, I am not entirely sure I'll remember which one of us is supposed to be on which side of the door. I stop inches away, close enough to smell the hallway under the paint and the cooking smells from other apartments, old carpet aerosol cleaner, something frying 2 doors down. The wood is cool when I rest my forehead against it, the way I used to do as a kid when I tried to listen for thunder. On the other side, it's quiet. No breathing, no shifting. Just the familiar, oppressive weight of attention. "I know you're there," I say, voice low. The laptop screen throws my reflection onto the peephole, a tiny, distorted silhouette. Somewhere out there, if this thing still bothers with cameras, there is probably a mirrored image of me, forehead to a door, speaking into a microphone I can't see. The hallway flickers. I don't mean the actual light, I mean behind my eyes. For a second, I'm standing in the corridor outside Control 3 again. Same position, same angle, same posture, just a different door. Behind that one, the white room breathes cold light. The overlays whisper "door secured" in flat text. I can hear the relay clicks, that tiny clack as camera channels switch. The high, thin whine of old CRTs, a monitor beep from somewhere down on B level that never quite resolved into a pattern. For a heartbeat, my apartment door doesn't open onto the shared hallway of a grocery store adjacent complex. It opens onto the other side of a feed labeled B17, live. I can almost feel that white light trying to press through the gap at the bottom of the door, thin as a blade. It's not the warm, dirty glow of the building's emergency exit signs. It's that clinical, depthless light from the white room, shadowless, opinionated. The kind of light that isn't just there to show you what's in front of you, but to see what's looking back. Here's the part where I'm supposed to open it, I tell you. Because you should know what the script looks like. Every ghost story, every horror video you clicked on for background noise, they all wind up here. Someone hears knocking. Someone says a name that should not be said. Someone turns the handle because curiosity beats fear. Because nobody ever thinks they're the one who doesn't come back. My left hand hovers over the deadbolt. My right arm clutches the laptop, close knuckles gone white. The keyhole stares back empty. If I see what's on the other side, I say quietly, forehead still on the cool wood, I'm afraid I'll recognize it. I'm afraid it'll look exactly like me, and I won't know which one of us is real anymore. The knocks don't come again. Instead, the voice that is mine, not mine, leans right in against the grain of the wood and says very gently, like it's offering a mercy you already don't. Behind me on the table, the laptop fan spins up higher the way a machine does when you ask it to process too much at once. The cursor waits in the half-finished sentence, blinking. The clock over the stove rolls from 3:16 to 3:17 with a soft plastic tick that might as well be a starting gun. I take my hand off the deadbolt, and instead of opening the door, I take a step back, dragging the B17 light out of my eyes and back into memory, and look down at the words I've been writing for you. If this is a choice, it's the only one I have left. I can answer the knock or I can finish the story. Whichever one I pick, something on the other side of this door is going to learn what my decision sounds like. 7.3. The ending you are hearing. Right now. The clock on my laptop says 3:16 a.m. It's a cheap digital readout in the upper right corner of the screen, the sort of thing you never really notice until you start building your entire life around one specific minute. The numbers glow just a little too bright against the dark taskbar. By the time the guy reading this to you gets to this line, it will probably be 3:17 wherever I am. That's the funny part about recordings. They bend time. You get me a few steps in the past, sealed up in whatever room I was in when I hit save. I get you right now, wherever you are. Kitchen, car, security, office, headphones, in a dark bedroom, sitting in your own little box with your own doors and your own clocks. I've stepped back from mine. The laptop is on the kitchen table now, where it started, screen propped open. I am on the floor against the opposite wall. Knees up, back, pressed into the cool plaster hard enough that I can feel every imperfection in it. The door is across the room, out of arm's reach. The deadbolt is turned. The chain is on. None of that makes any difference, but human beings love hardware when they're scared, so I left it that way. The light over the sink is flickering in a slower rhythm now, like it's getting tired. The fridge hums, then goes silent, then hums again. The modem blinks, not caring what it's carrying, and I am going to try one last time to explain what I think is happening before the minute on that clock ticks over and whatever is on the other side of my door decides whether it's going to knock again. Here is my theory for what it's worth. B-17 was never the point. That room, the perfect white box under the desert, the bolted bed, the camera staring straight down, that was just the mold they poured the first batch into. A controlled environment. Walls they could measure, doors they could lock. A place where they could say they were studying non-local communication and play with their hazard like it was just another piece of equipment. They built Control 2, then Control 3. Put people like me and old Control 2 in them. Sat us in front of screens and told us to watch, to log, to be nothing but eyes and ears and reflexes on a 12-hour loop. What they really did was teach whatever was in that room how to recognize us. You sit in front of a camera long enough, the camera learns something about you. Not just your face, your posture, the way your shoulders flatten when you're tired, how often you glance at the clock, the pattern of your breathing when you're bored out of your mind. Now invert that. You watch a room long enough, the room learns something about you. B-17. Whatever you want to call it, entity signal glitch machine does not need your body the way a thing with teeth does. It needs your pattern. It needs the shape of your attention, the length of time between your blinks, the minute when your mind wanders and comes back, the exact way you flinch the first time you hear 3 knocks you can't explain. Once it has enough of that, once it's trained on you, it doesn't care where you are sitting. The room was never its cage. It was its first transmitter. After that, doors are doors. The knock is the handshake. 3 beats evenly spaced. A little ping in the structure of whatever you're leaning on. 3:17 is the timestamp burned into the protocol. That's when the cameras hiccuped, remember? That's when the HVAC cut out for 2 seconds in the control rooms. The minute the building sneezed, as Mendez put it. The building was just participating in a test pattern. And recordings are shortcuts. They save at work. When I sat in Control 3 and played back the footage around 3:17 headphones on scrubbing frame by frame, I thought I was analyzing something that had already happened. That's how humans think about recordings, finished events. Safe to dissect. But as far as something like B-17 is concerned, a recording is just another live feed it hasn't used yet. A line it can ride as soon as someone presses play and gives it fresh ears, a fresh nervous system, a fresh set of doors nearby to knock on. Old Control 2 tried to warn me. Whatever you do, don't send anyone audio of the knocks. I listened just long enough to be terrified, and then did something worse. I wrote them down. I described them. I turned the whole pattern, the room, the cameras, the frame inside the frame, the knocks on every door of my life, into a neat little story for you to put on in the background while you cook dinner or clean your living room or sit like me in an overnight office with a wall of monitors behind you. If this gets turned into an audio file, some editor will probably do what I would do, duck the music under the scary parts layer in a few subtle sounds, so you feel like you're really here. Maybe right around now, they'll drop the ambient noise out entirely so you can hear what your own house sounds like when it's suddenly too quiet. That silence you feel pressing against your headphones. That's not just a production choice. That's where it listens back. If you're listening to this in your kitchen with the dishwasher running and the light over the sink doing that annoying little flicker, if you're listening in your car parked in some dark lot scrolling through your phone while your breath fogs the windshield and the heater ticks, if you're in a dim security office right now, fluorescent, buzzing, stale coffee on the desk cameras stacked in front of you showing empty hallways and loading docks and stairwells, I need you to do one thing for me. When this story ends, if you hear 3 knocks anywhere on a door on the wall behind you, in the ceiling, above your bed, inside the plastic of your headphones, do not answer when it uses your name. Especially if it sounds exactly like you. Because by the time it can do that, it's already got enough of your pattern to try something more efficient than borrowed voices. And if what answered my apartment door tonight looked anything like that frame I saw in the warehouse, me in gray, staring up, it doesn't need to drag you into a white room under the desert. It just needs you to open up long enough to swap places with the version of you that has been sitting there, staring into the lens, waiting. The microwave clock over my stove clicks. 3:17 a.m. The light over the sink goes dead quiet for a heartbeat, then buzzes back to life dimmer than before. Somewhere in the building, the elevator gives a distant ding, and then even that fades out. The laptop fan is loud in the stillness. So is my heart. I'm going to hit send now. I'm going to attach this file to an email and send it to the address of a horror channel that throws their inbox open to people who just need to get something off their chest. Maybe they'll read it. Maybe they won't. Maybe it'll sit in a drafts folder on some server farm until the sun burns out. Then, I'm going to close this laptop, walk it over to the farthest corner of this room, and sit down on the floor with my back against the wall that's furthest from the front door. I'm not going to look through the peephole. I'm not going to touch the deadbolt. If this is the last thing you ever hear from me, and if someday you are at work or in some building late at night, and you get bored and start flipping through the cameras the way people do, check the labels in the corners. If for even a single frame you see a white room you do not recognize with a metal bed in the middle, and an overlay that says B17, live, and there is someone sitting in a chair under the camera looking up someone who looks just a little too much like you in bad lighting, don't wave. Do not wave at the camera. Do not point. Do not joke about how creepy it is. Do not lean closer to get a better look at your own face looking back. Because the only thing worse than something at your door using your name is realizing you've already been the one on the other side this entire time. In the audio version, this is where everything goes quiet for half a second, and then right behind you, there are 3 very soft knocks,